Welcome to UNSW ASEAN Conference UAT 2020, the annual flagship conference of UNSW ASEAN Society, with the theme Inspiring the Present, Envisioning the Future. The UAC 2020 is a meeting of ideas, culture, and people. It aims to connect ASEAN and the world under one global forum through the engagement of passionate, world-class speakers and aspirational youths to engage in discourse concerning the economic, social, cultural, and political future of the region. It is the vision of UAT 2020 to remain committed to bringing together those passionate about igniting change in ASEAN for a brighter future for all in our changing climate. Thank you for tuning in this morning for the first day of UAC 2020. I am Austin Pauncho McDonald, the Chief Communications Officer for UAC 2020. We are very privileged to have with us many esteemed speakers from the academic, industry, government, and NGOs throughout Australia and the ASEAN region. The theme for this afternoon's proceeding is Social-Cultural Issues in ASEAN. Without further ado, let us now welcome Dr. Anthony Paolo Sunjaya, CEO of UNSW ASEAN Conference 2020, to deliver the UAC 2020 opening address.
I would like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land upon which we meet today, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging. The Honourable Kevin Rudd, 26th Prime Minister of Australia, and the Honourable Professor Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, 6th President of Indonesia. Mrs. Yang Mei Eng, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation. Professor Marilyn Crossley, Deputy Vice-Chancellor Academic of the University of New South Wales. Distinguished speakers and panelists, excellencies and delegates from ASEAN embassies, consulates, and global partners. Beloved members of the UNSW ASEAN Society, UNSW ASEAN Conference Committee, and internal partners. Friends of ASEAN, wherever you are today. I am deeply honored and privileged to welcome you all to UNSW ASEAN Conference 2020. This year is a historic year for the world. We all face a health pandemic, the extent of which is unheard of in the last century. As a medical doctor, prioritizing health during the pandemic is certainly welcome. But as a global citizen, I believe we need to understand its impacts beyond health alone. Ladies and gentlemen, today and subsequent Saturdays in October, the UNSW ASEAN Conference aims to do just that and more. With distinguished speakers and panelists representing all 10 ASEAN countries and beyond, and with over 2,000 registrants to the event, we will discuss current and future threats and opportunities to ASEAN and the world in the socio-cultural, economics, and political security aspects. With the theme, Inspiring the Present, Envisioning the Future, we believe the pandemic should not only be a time of mourning, but a time to restart and build anew, build a brighter future for ASEAN, Australia, and the world. I am confident that the virtual setting of this year's conference will not compromise its impacts, but further enrich it, making it more accessible, including by making it free for all participants. We are all proud to have participants coming from all countries in ASEAN and others from as distant as China, India, Japan, UK, USA, Canada, European Union, etc., representing not only ASEAN plus 8, but almost 40 countries globally. We are grateful and appreciate the support from government, industry, academia, and non-governmental organizations who are all equally represented in our conference. They range from former heads of states to sitting ministers, CEOs to professors, and other inspirational individuals who have made an impact on ASEAN through their numerous work. Now allow me to provide a brief overview of this 4-day conference. We will start with an opening keynote by the Honorable Kevin Rudd and the Honorable Professor Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, who will share on how Australia and ASEAN has played a role and will play a role in the global stage. We will end today with a keynote on empowering women by Mrs. Shinta Kamdani, Chairwoman of the Indonesia Consortium of Women Empowerment. In between these keynotes, there will be outstanding panel discussions on social entrepreneurship and impact investing, digital education and digital health, and human rights, diversity, and equal opportunities. Day 2 would begin by an opening remark by the Minister of Investment and Foreign Economic Relations, Myanmar, His Excellency U Taung Tun, followed by a ministerial lecture by His Excellency Mahendra Siregar, the Indonesian Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, and on reinvigorating international trade in ASEAN by His Excellency Dr. Ong Kian Ming, former Deputy Minister for International Trade and Industry Malaysia. Ending with a keynote by Mr. Jalil Rashid, former Chairman of Permodalan Nasional Berhad, on empowering youths to be leaders of tomorrow. Day 3 starts with a talk on global threats and challenges in the 21st century by Professor Carl Thayer from the Australian Defence Force Academy, UNSW Canberra, followed by a closing keynote to look forward post the current pandemic by Dino Patijalal, former Indonesian presidential spokesperson, foreign policy advisor, and Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs. Day 4 would be a mentoring day, linking up youth to over 25 high-performing industry professionals, including partners, managing directors, senior associates from companies like PwC, Microsoft, Atlassian, HCL Group, etc. On this occasion, I would also like to thank our sponsors and partners, including UNSW Sydney, the Australian government via the Australian ASEAN Council and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade Australia, ASEAN Foundation, Australia ASEAN Business Council, ASEAN Business Advisory Council, Singapore Global Network, Indonesia Diaspora Network Australia, Education Malaysia, UNSW Institute for Global Development, and over 20 community partners we have from all over the world. Importantly, I would like to express my extreme gratitude to my team of over 40 outstanding student leaders from ASEAN, Australia, and beyond that have worked hard together over the past year to make this outstanding conference a reality. I encourage you all to look at our diverse conference offering from our website at unswaseanconference.com. I wish you all a fruitful participation in the conference and mentoring program that follows. Thank you, and let us all work together, hand in hand, today and tomorrow.
Thank you, Anthony. Let's now invite Professor Merlin Crossley, UNSW Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, to deliver today's UNSW officiating address.
Friends, students, citizens of the ASEAN nations, and everyone who is joining us today, it is a great privilege to welcome you to this important conference. And I do that acknowledging where I am welcoming you to the lands on which the University of New South Wales, Sydney is built, the lands of the Bedijual people of the Eora Nation. And in welcoming you, I pay my respects to the traditional custodians, to the elders past and present, and to all Indigenous people who are joining us today. I'm here in the Clancy Auditorium on the campus at UNSW, our largest and most impressive auditorium. And as you know, UNSW is one of Australia's largest universities, with around 60,000 students. We were one of the first to welcome international students. We're one of the world's top 50 universities, and we routinely accept the highest performing students in the state into areas like medicine, law, engineering, and science, where we have world-leading research in solar energy, quantum computing, climate change, and social justice. We have a deep commitment to serving society and believe that through research and teaching, we will help the world to be a better place. I want to start by thanking the team who has organised this important event. Anthony, Paolo, Sanjaya, whom you've just heard from, as well as other members of the committee, Zithu Zin, Jocelyn Yang, Richard Zhang, Gareth Benjamin, Patrick Ang Kan Min, Charmaine Singson, Austin McDonald, and Afik Ramesi, whom I met last year. They have gathered an impressive list of speakers, most notably, of course, the 26th Prime Minister of Australia, the Honourable Kevin Rudd, and also the 6th President of Indonesia, the Honourable Professor Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. I want to thank them and all the speakers for agreeing to contribute to this important conference. Let me just take the opportunity to say 3 things about why I think this conference in ASEAN is so important. As you know, ASEAN began in 1967 when the founding nations formally committed to working together to build both peace and prosperity. There are now 10 nations: Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, Brunei, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, and Cambodia. I used the interactive map on your website and estimated the combined population of this region to be around 700 million people. The United States of America has a population about half that, 330 million, and Australia, where we live, 25 million. Your region makes a massive contribution to the world, and historically, the center of gravity of the world's population has always been in the Asian region. The future of the world will depend on what young people do. And suddenly I am confident about the future of the world. Firstly, because of the young people today that I see at the university. The students from ASEAN countries that I have met here help build my confidence. I have been to your conference before and have been impressed by how you work together to promote peace and prosperity. To be honest, I'm fundamentally impressed by how hard the students today work. I have had PhD students in my lab from Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam, and they have been great students. UNSW benefits enormously from the contribution of students from ASEAN countries. But we also benefit from the values that come to us from our ASEAN neighbours: the commitment to education, the commitment to working together, the commitment to professionalism, and also the commitment to science and the scientific method. I am a molecular biologist. I work with CRISPR gene editing. You'll be aware that only a few days ago, Emmanuelle Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna won the Nobel Prize for their work developing this technology. We use that technology in the lab now every day, and one of my former students recently went to work in Jennifer Doudna's department. I believe that science and technology, if applied with wisdom that comes from the social sciences and in collaboration with countries across the world, will generate more peace and more prosperity. Some in the West seem to hesitate about the value of education, the value of universities, the value of science. But hopefully this is just a passing political phase that will pass soon. I do not see society in ASEAN countries ever questioning for a moment the value of education or science. Your countries will adhere to these values, and I'm sure that humanity will continue to progress, although, of course, there will always be bumps along the way. There has been a bump this year. This has been the most unusual and disruptive year. We've all been confined to our home countries as travel bans have limited international travel. The impacts of COVID-19 have fallen unevenly across society. Some countries have suffered more than others. Some professions and some people have suffered more than others. Some countries have prospered. I noticed that Vietnam has done well in defeating the pandemic, and many ASEAN countries have done well. Australia has also responded to scientific advice and is going to come out of the pandemic in a good position. So that was the second reason for my optimism. The first, the students; the second, the commitment for science. How science has triumphed during the pandemic and its vital place in society is being recognized. Science and reason are working and bluff and nonsense are failing. Some people on social media may be dim-witted, but in general, people are not stupid. And all the smart people are learning important lessons about the power of science, logic, and reason, and they are learning that science works. My third reason for optimism, my last one now, also comes from the pandemic. This year, we have connected with our students online. We now have many classes back on campus, but we're still doing more and more online, and it works. Australia has finally defeated the tyranny of distance. But beyond that, I have learned something else. Because of world time zones, our interactions with ASEAN countries are easier than interactions with our historic partners, the United Kingdom and the United States of America. The world has changed. Australia has finally taken up its place in the ASEAN time zones. This unites us with your countries as partners who can live, work, and study together to build peace and prosperity. I do not know what our future holds. I do not know how the US election and its aftermath will play out. I do not know how Brexit, that will take effect at the end of this month, will impact upon Europe. But what I do know is that ASEAN nations are now our closest neighbors in a shared time zone with shared values in education and science. And like us, they want to work together to build peace and prosperity. I thank you all for your work in organizing this conference, and I am sure it will make an important contribution to the future of our region and the future of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Crossley. May we now welcome Dr. Yang Mi Eng, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation, to deliver today's opening remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, students from all around the world, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope everyone is healthy and safe during these particular times. First, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of UNSW ASEAN Conference, or UAC 2020, for organizing this incredible event. Your commitment to moving ASEAN forward is commendable. I can feel the enthusiasm of everyone in this room, and it makes me more than excited to be here today. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought several challenges to ASEAN countries and their youth. Economy, social and health sector has been severely impacted, and many ASEAN youth has been facing challenges in remote working and studying. Even so, many of you have shown resilience and respond to the pandemic by offering creative and innovative ideas. The UNSW ASEAN Conference, or UAC 2020, which is a student-led initiative organized by passionate and brilliant students at the University of New South Wales, is an exemplary demonstration on how much young people can accomplish amidst these difficult times. We believe in the potential of youth and their ability to drive positive change. They are able to connect different cultures and blend tradition with modernity. They are young, energetic, and are the force to boost international integration. The young generation under the age of 35 make up the majority of 61% of the ASEAN population. To thrive during and after the COVID-19 pandemic, youth should keep learning new skills, be able to both engage in the real and virtual world, and be flexible, agile, and adaptable. Thank you once again to the organizing committee of UAC 2020 for this great opportunity. I hope this conference will empower and inspire other youths to be more proactively engaged with the global community and contribute to the well-being of the society. I wish you all a very productive and fruitful meetings ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Yang, for the support of the ASEAN Foundation. We shall now have a short break, but up next, the Honourable Kevin Rudd, 26th Prime Minister of Australia, will be speaking next on the role of Australia and ASEAN on the global stage.
Good afternoon, one and all, and welcome to the UNSW ASEAN Conference 2020. I am Jocelyn Yang, Chief Strategy Officer of UAC 2020, and I will be your MC for this session. We are very privileged to have the Honourable Kevin Rudd here with us today to present the opening keynote regarding the role of Australia and ASEAN on the global stage. Mr. Rudd is a man who needs no introduction, having served as Australia's 26th Prime Minister from 2007 to 2010, and again in 2013, and as Australia's Foreign Minister from 2010 to 2012. He led Australia's response during the global financial crisis, the only major developed economy not to go into recession, and helped found the G20. He made advances on climate change action and diplomacy in moving towards an Asia-Pacific community through multilateral bodies such as the East Asia Summit, ASEAN, and APEC. Mr. Rudd delivered the National Apology to the Stolen Generations in 2008 and committed to closing the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. He also remains actively engaged in Indigenous reconciliation. Mr. Rudd joined the Asia Society Policy Institute in New York as its inaugural president in January 2015. From 2015 to 2016, Mr. Rudd led a review of the UN system as chair of the Independent Commission on Multilateralism. He is chair of the board of the International Peace Institute and was recently appointed to the IMF Managing Director's new External Advisory Group. It is my pleasure to now invite the Honourable Mr. Kevin Rudd to deliver the opening keynote, Australia and ASEAN on the Global Stage, for UAC 2020. Mr. Rudd, please.
Well, thank you, Jocelyn, and my greetings to all of you attending this conference. And to our friends at the University of New South Wales down there in Kensington. I've been to your campus many times, just as I've been to practically all of the ASEAN countries many times as well. And I remember fondly my times in Jakarta, in Kuala Lumpur, in Singapore, but also in Hanoi and in Manila, and in Yangon, and of course in Naypyidaw as well, together with other visits to the countries of Southeast Asia. And so I regard the countries of the region as part of our great wider Southeast Asian family, and I include Australia within that. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, is now more than half a century old. And the bottom line is, by any measure of international relations, it's been an enormous success. I'm constantly amused by those who criticize ASEAN around the world or within ASEAN member states, because if we simply reflected back in history, that when ASEAN was brought into being in 1967, there you had Southeast Asia divided between communist and non-communist camps. And you had a rolling set of intra-regional wars. And we roll the clock on 50 years, and in fact, Southeast Asia and the grouping of 10 countries from diverse ideological traditions and diverse religious and cultural traditions have now increasingly woven themselves together in terms of a wider regional economic and political community. So the fact that we have had, frankly, no pan-regional war or intra-regional war or conflict of any significance since the fall of Saigon, or at least 1978 through until the present, 40 years is a remarkable achievement, given the oftentimes bloody history of Southeast Asia, both in the post-colonial and in the colonial periods, and for that matter in the pre-colonial periods as well. So I'm a big fan of ASEAN for those reasons. The second point is this. The question mark, though, for ASEAN is how does it not simply continue to maintain peace and development and intra-regional economic cooperation as its centerpiece? How does the Association of Southeast Asian Nations exercise its collective leverage in wider East Asia and in the wider international community. And that, of course, is where we face a real challenge, because in Southeast Asia, among the ASEAN states, we already begin to see the beginnings of a binary division between those countries in Southeast Asia which are gravitating towards China's economic, political, diplomatic and security centre of gravity, and those who remain allied to the United States, and those who are seeking to remain neutral up the middle. Now, to some extent, these tensions have long existed, but they've become much more acute since Xi Jinping's China has decided to prosecute a much more assertive foreign policy across the wider region. Therefore, this dynamic of great power bifurcation of the region is something which the Association of Southeast Asian States must wrestle. Otherwise, if it doesn't wrestle with it effectively, the grave danger long term is that great power relations divide ASEAN internally and therefore undermine its great historical achievement over the last half century, which is bringing about peace and development among the member states themselves. The third point I'd make is this, and it's to do with Australia and ASEAN. In my judgment, Australia and ASEAN are just natural global partners, just like we're natural regional partners. None of us, Australians, Indonesians, Singaporeans, Malaysians, Vietnamese, none of us threaten each other anymore, not one bit. And we've learned very much the habits of collaboration. And these are very good habits to learn. And so therefore, when I see the ASEAN +1 arrangements between the 10 member states and Australia, and as it has evolved over many decades, it's probably, in my judgment, the closest of the ASEAN Plus arrangements which exist. But here is my policy argument. My policy argument is that our friends in the ASEAN states need to give serious consideration to whether or not the next stage in ASEAN's evolution is to incorporate Australia within its membership and turn it into a grouping of 11. Of course, that would need to be a debate conducted within Australia itself. But let me explain to you the reasons why. I think as an institution, if we have our combined critical mass together, that is the 10 Southeast Asians plus Australia, it is a much bigger piece of geopolitics, a much bigger piece of geoeconomics, and therefore more robust in dealing with the sort of bifurcation tensions from the great powers that I described before. So I think it provides our region, our wider region, with greater strategic and economic ballast. And if Australia joined, effectively the collective size of ASEAN's economy would probably increase by between 1/2 and 1/3. There's a second reason to consider long-term Australian membership of ASEAN, and that is in the Australia-Indonesia relationship has developed very productively since the end of the New Order period. And in fact, prior to that, it was generally positive during the long period of President Suharto's reign in Indonesia. But who knows what the future holds? Will there be changes in domestic Indonesian politics? I don't know the answer to those questions. But what I do know is that belonging to the same regional organisation with protocols, practices, procedures, and cultures of policy collaboration alive within it actually helps manage long-term difficulties which could arise in bilateral relations. If we wanted to look at the historical case study there, look at how Singapore, the Federation of Malaysian States, and Indonesia, after Konfrontasi, managed their relationships within the framework of ASEAN. It's provided this great multilateral piece of ballast to otherwise what could have been quite difficult bilateral relations. And so I make the same argument in relation to Australia and Indonesia, and that is if we're looking at 20, 30 years' time, then it would be good to have that bilateral relationship anchored into the machinery of the wider region as well. So there are my two reasons for putting that suggestion on the table. I wish you well in this conference, and I look forward to the questions that you will ask. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Rat, for those illuminating insights into the relationship of Australia and ASEAN, especially on the global stage. We would now like to turn to the Q&A session. These questions were sourced from our social media platforms using the hashtag AskRad. Here's what they had to say. Mr. Rad, while you were in office, you strongly advocated for multilateral cooperation, especially regarding engagement with the Asia-Pacific region. With the rising geopolitical tensions, how do you think Australia and ASEAN can work together to continue the relative peace and prosperity of the region?
One concrete idea would be for ASEAN and Australia to take forward the idea which I first floated again more than a decade ago, which is to take the existing East Asia Summit and to develop it into a more robust pan-regional institution to deal with emerging security challenges. If you look at the history of the evolution of the EAS, it began in 2005, and it was then ASEAN plus 6. ASEAN plus the 3 Northeast Asians, Korea, Japan, and China, plus the other 3, India, Australia, and New Zealand. In the period I was in office, we worked very closely together with the Vietnamese and Indonesian leadership to bring in both the United States and the Russian Federation. So we now have, as it were, ASEAN plus 8. And if you look at the Kuala Lumpur Declaration, it is one which deals with the question of regional security. So evolving our regional machinery in the direction of not just economic collaboration, not just free trade arrangements, not just regulatory harmony, not just the economic agenda of APEC, but to add on to it a political, diplomatic and security agenda, I think is the next and useful step. So I go back to my original vision statement. Take the EAS, use it as the building block to evolve what I would describe as a Asia-Pacific community over time, where the habits of security cooperation become entrenched. I wish we had have acted on this a decade ago, because what I warned about back then was the region dividing itself into Chinese and American camps. What I warned about a decade ago was the real danger of rising security tensions, but no regional machinery to deal with those. And since then, the South China Sea has erupted, the East China Sea has erupted, and other territorial disputes are erupted. So I think if the ASEAN and Australia work together on that, it would be a very good thing.
I agree with that. You have also mentioned in the past that Australia really needs to diversify its international economic engagements, especially regarding its economic reliance on China. Do you think that the current turbulence in Sino-Australian relations means that there might be the prospect of a stronger economic and security relationship between Australia and ASEAN in the future?
Well, when I was elected Prime Minister, I said, perhaps famously, that it was time for Australia to stop being China's quarry and Japan's beach. And I meant that, which is diversifying what we sell to the world in terms of our goods and services, but also to whom we sell them. And of course, when I look at the future economic potential of the ASEAN economies, this is a very large economic grouping, which will only become larger in the future. So the challenge actually doesn't lie with governments. The challenge actually lies with the Australian private sector. The Australian private sector can be notoriously provincial, suburban, and inward-looking, rather than regarding these dynamic economies on our doorstep as their natural market. Our economic relationship with Indonesia should be going from strength to strength. Similarly with Singapore, similarly with Malaysia, similarly with Vietnam, similarly with Myanmar, similarly with Thailand, and of course with the Philippines. But it does take corporate leadership to make a difference here. Governments can encourage, but I think the revolution needs to occur in Australian corporate leadership mentality. Often they've been very contented to stay at home, or every now and then to fly to London, or to fly to New York, or to fly to LA. Guess what? You need to change those habits.
I agree that Australia does tend to be very inward-looking and focuses its relationship on the West, such as the UK and the United States. But it should also start looking towards cooperating more with ASEAN.
Well, that's where the Southeast Asian diaspora, like you guys, is really important. People who actually think naturally in these terms. I'm all for Singaporean Australians and for Indonesian Australians and for Malaysian Australians and others with dual nationalities or dual sets of country and cultural connections to link our two economies. Let me put it to you in very blunt terms. If the Anglo-white guys are too lazy to do this, that is, people like me, then we actually need you guys to build the bridges, and I'm all for that.
We are certainly very happy in ASEAN to work closer with Australia, I think, because of the geopolitical tensions in the region. I'm sure that cooperation between Australia and ASEAN will be beneficial for both parties. Mr. Rat, thank you so much for your presence and taking the time to share with us your insights on what you think the future of Australia-ASEAN relations should look like. For our audience, thank you for attending, and we hope that you have gained insights into the role of Australia and ASEAN on the global stage. After a short break, UAC 2020 will return with an address by the Honourable Professor Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, the 6th President of the Republic of Indonesia and Chairman of the Yudhoyono Institute.
Good, and give SBY my best.
Thank you.
All the best, bye.
Good afternoon and welcome to the UNSW ASEAN Conference 2020. My name is Richard Jang, the Chief Technology and Innovation Officer of UAC 2020, and I will be your MC for today. We are very privileged to have the Honourable Professor Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, the 6th President of the Republic of Indonesia, here with us today to present the opening keynote on the role of ASEAN on the global stage. Professor Yudhoyono is also Indonesia's first directly elected president in the democratic era. During his 2 terms in office, Professor Yudhoyono oversaw what the World Economic Forum called Indonesia's Golden Decade between 2004 and 2014, marked by democratic development, political stability, high economic growth and resilience, conflict resolution, and a robust international role. Under his leadership, Indonesia became an emerging economy, a regional power, a G20 member, and assumed important roles on issues ranging from climate change to terrorism to geopolitics. As the President of Indonesia, the country with the world's largest Muslim population, Professor Yudhoyono has emerged as a strong advocate for a peaceful and moderate Islam, both domestically and on the global stage. Throughout his term, he devoted great efforts to develop closer relations with the West and Islamic worlds. He also staunchly promoted and became an architect of military reforms, championing Indonesia's robust peacekeeping operations around the world. It is my pleasure to now invite Professor Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono to deliver the opening keynote, ASEAN on the Global Stage, for UAC 2020. Professor Yudhoyono, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Peace be upon us all. My very good friend, the Honorary Kevin Rudd, former Prime Minister of Australia, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me express my appreciation to the University of New South Wales ASEAN Conference 2020 Organizing Committee for hosting me today. It is truly an honor for me to be in this conference. I am pleased to join all of you here for the segment of ASEAN in the global stage. The conference theme, Inspiring the Present, Envisioning the Future, I think is both very relevant and very timely. As we continue to face the unique challenges posed by the coronavirus pandemic, I ask you to take a moment to pray for the health and well-being, not only for all of us present today, for our families, but also for the people of the world. Amen. As we all know, this conference is organized by UNSW and by ASEAN. Therefore, allow me to share with you my personal memories of engaging with Australia, a close friend and strong partner of Indonesia, and of course, engaging with ASEAN. In my previous position as President of Indonesia, equipped with a high spirit, I had worked tirelessly for 10 years to build strong relations with our great neighbor, Australia. I have very fond memories of working together with my good friends, the then Australian leaders, Prime Minister John Howard, Prime Minister Kevin Rudd, Prime Minister Julia Gillard, and Prime Minister Tony Abbott. Indeed, there were many things that we had accomplished together. At times, they were very hard, but we succeeded, and they were all worth it. I have no doubt that in the future, Indonesia and Australia will continue fostering and expanding its relation and strengthening its strategic partnership. As a middle power, both Indonesia and Australia must continuously engage each other and play a leadership role in the region. Both countries have always tried to be part of the solution and progress, and we must continue. I remember well when Prime Minister Rudd and I were involved in preliminary talks leading to the creation of the G20 Forum over 12 years ago. The crisis felt very real, like it was yesterday. I recall both of us attending various meetings of the G20, including the first and the second summit held respectively in Washington, D.C. and London, the most critical moments in dealing with the global economic crisis back in 2008-2009. Distinguished participants, during my times in office, I had the pleasure to work together with other ASEAN leaders in facing various threats and challenges. Our mission was to keep ASEAN relevant and to contribute to the maintenance of peace, stability, and order in the region. We wanted our regional economy to continue growing so that our people would benefit from a better quality of life and prosperity. To be frank, it was not always easy to harmonize and unify our individual national interests. In fact, despite our common aspiration and interests, you all know how very different the 10 countries of ASEAN were. Our ideology, our political system, and especially our levels of economic progress were not the same. But I am glad and proud to say that regardless of our challenges and difficulties, intra-ASEAN cohesiveness was fundamentally strong. One of ASEAN's legacy was our success in building a close partnership with other strategic partners in the Indo-Pacific region. One of our historical milestones that I myself participated in was the creation of the East Asian Summit, or EAS. The EAS has now become the premier forum for ASEAN to work together with other countries in the wider region to address issues and challenges of our mutual concerns. Like many other regional forums, EAS is not a perfect regional architecture, and yet somehow it can be an effective forum to directly address various issues confronting the region, be they geopolitics, regional economy, pandemics and natural disaster, transnational crimes, and other important issues. I fully remember when chairing the 2011 East Asia Summit in Bali, Indonesia. The summit took place when the tensions over territorial dispute in the South China Sea was very high. All the claimant states except Taiwan participated in the meeting. Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, and of course, China. President Obama was also on board. So were Russia, Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and the rest of ASEAN member countries. In the leaders' retreat that I chaired, the situation was not easy. It was somewhat boiling. Not only the claimant states, but also other EAS countries, voiced their concerns on the situation in the South China Sea. I was very fortunate that as a chair, I was trusted by US President Obama and China's Premier Wen Jiabao to conduct the Bali EAS Summit in a dignified manner while allowing for open and frank discussion. Back in 2011, we thought the rivalry and sense of hostility between the two giants were not as high as today. In the end, after hours of heated statements and discussion, we agreed in general to go ahead with the inception of a code of conduct that should be followed. We trust the COC can manage, regulate, and bridge the differences among the claiming states to prevent a crisis situation. In my view, this demonstrated the importance of regionalism and multilateralism and prevent the culture of unilateralism. It is also a good example of a rules-based order that fosters meaningful regional cooperations. Esteemed participants, please forgive me for reminiscing the regional cooperations of the past. Perhaps some of you were still very young to witness a world where cooperation was a natural part of diplomacy. But my purpose is to remind us all, especially to all countries and regional players in the world, that togetherness, partnerships, and regional and multilateral cooperation was instrumental and definitely important. Togetherness is the answer. It is a solution. On the contrary, unilateralism and extreme nationalism are only seeds to global calamity, and they do not bring good things to all. This state of mind and culture, togetherness, partnerships, and cooperation, regionally and globally, are also true when dealing with this great crisis of our time, the global pandemic and economic crisis. This is also a subject that I wish to talk briefly later. We all understand that the UNSW ASEAN Conference 2020 is a meeting of ideas, culture, and people. It is intended to connect the world and ASEAN under one global forum. The vision is to remain committed to bringing together those who are passionate about igniting change in ASEAN for a brighter future for all in our changing landscape. I have read all the issues that will be discussed thoroughly, and I have to say that the topics are truly relevant to the problems and challenges we face into this world, especially in the Asia-Pacific region. Solutions must arise from the conference's fruitful discussion ahead. The conference sets three main pillars of thought. They are socio-cultural, economics, and political security. These three ideas are very much in line with the formulation of the new ASEAN Charter that I personally contributed to. Those three elements will also be conferred thoroughly on sustainability, future, technology, equity, and equality in every pillar. I discovered that this conference covered diverse and substantial subjects that will be important for the current generation and youth who live in the challenging times. Distinguished participants, in this conference, I would like to share my views on three urgent and substantial topics. First, action and cooperation to fight COVID-19 pandemic. Second, action to maintain peace and stability in the region, particularly in the South China Sea. And third, what should ASEAN do to be part of the solution and progress in the region? Let me now start with the global crisis. corona pandemic and economic crisis, and the need for concrete actions and cooperation to overcome it. We have come to realize that billions have been impacted due to the coronavirus. Countries seem unable to protect their population even with advanced technologies and proficient healthcare system. And the coronavirus has reshaped our lives in many ways beyond our imaginations. I do not recommend we blame anyone in these times of crisis. That would not be a solution and just a waste of energy. I have to admit, however, that I have rarely seen a global disaster that brings extreme fear and uncertainty like the COVID-19 pandemic. 16 years ago, I led a gigantic national effort and a huge disaster relief operation to respond to 2004's tsunami that took place in Aceh, Indonesia. It claimed the lives of more than 200,000 people. But it was not like what we are facing with this corona pandemic. This global crisis came so suddenly that the world seemed helpless in tackling it. It becomes very different from our effort in handling the global economic crisis in 2008-2009. It is definitely worse, its duration is uncertain, and creating even more fear. We all know this, but the point I would like to make is, how should the regional and international community deal with this big crisis? In my observation, the world has done far too little and much too late in the early stage of fighting this pandemic. We were not united enough. Multilateralism was not our primary strategy. Every country focused on itself. Every country was too overwhelmed in handling its domestic affairs. Battling the virus was seen as a competition and rivalry by many countries, ignoring partnership and cooperation. I remember a beautiful and wise saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. I am not a pessimist. I genuinely believe that humankind will prevail. I think that in every challenge and problem lies a solution and an opportunity, including in the fight against COVID-19. But I have to point out that today's urgent challenges cannot be solved by building walls. We must build bridges instead. Countries must stand shoulder to shoulder as we lift each other up from COVID-19. It seems that most people think that the COVID-19 vaccine is the only hope and solution to overcome the current crisis. But this can only happen if the vaccine works effectively. This means that the vaccine must be mass-produced quickly. This can occur if the vaccine can be rapidly and justly distributed. I strongly support the WHO's opinion that vaccines must be regarded as global public goods. It will ensure that the vaccine productions and distribution be more accurate, well-targeted, and just. It would be dangerous if there were countries that could not access the vaccine. It would be disastrous if there were countries that could not produce and distribute vaccine to their people due to lack of funds. Realizing all these problems and challenges, I believe strongly that the solution can be easily found within partnerships and cooperation, both regionally as well as globally. Remember, COVID-19 needs no passport nor visa to quickly travel across borders. The second issue that I wish to raise is the serious problems and challenges confronting in our region. It is about maintaining peace, stability, and order in the Indo-Pacific region. Specifically, I will highlight the situation in East Asia and the South China Sea. Maintaining peace and security should start by knowing and identifying our challenges in the region. We understand that the Indo-Pacific region has two flashpoints that are vulnerable to open conflicts. The first flashpoint is the East Asia region, which involves several great powers, namely China, Japan, South Korea, the US, and Russia. To maintain peace and stability in East Asia, we need to establish a good, effective regional architecture and the concerted efforts to prevent disruptions on security and stability. Realizing that there are many great powers with their conflicting interests and goals, effort to maintain stability and order is therefore of paramount importance. In my view, the old concept of balance of power, which now I call a dynamic equilibrium, must be continually managed and preserved in the region. In the past 2 decades or so, we have experienced several escalations of tensions that endanger peace and security in the region. Alhamdulillah, I am happy that geopolitics in East Asia, minus the escalating tensions in the South China Sea, is getting better and more stable. It seems that tension can be managed and conflict can be avoided. The second flashpoint is the South China Sea. This is what worries me. The tension among several countries over the territorial claims in the South China Sea remains to be seen. When I was president, I was actively engaged in maintaining a peaceful South China Sea, reducing tensions to avoid open conflict, and definitely to prevent the use of military instruments. Through diplomatic track, China and the US were able to sit together and have a dialogue in the ASEAN Plus meetings and the East Asia Summit Forum. We tried to convince all parties to diffuse tensions, including effort to prevent standoff between military forces. As I said earlier, we were also continuously negotiating a code of conduct that can be agreed upon by China and ASEAN countries, which had territorial disputes with China in the South China Sea. This was not easy. The progress was relatively slow, but the process never stopped. We can understand that the overlapping territorial and jurisdictional claims are still a long way from being resolved. But even without waiting for a resolution of a territorial dispute, we must always find ways to transform the possible conflict in the South China Sea into potential cooperation. I am happy that there has been good progress recently. What worries me now is relations between the US and China, which have worsened in the last few years. Economic and trade war between the two countries continue to rise. Both sides have demonstrated their military muscle in the forms of show of force in the South China Sea. It is of course dangerous and bad for our region. I also learned that both the US and China are building up their naval forces that could be deployed and employed in the South China Sea region. This will truly undermine peace and stability in the long run. As a former leader in the Pacific region, I call on both China and the US to refrain from turning the South China Sea into a flashpoint, which at any time could trigger an open military conflict. The situation will be becoming even worse if other countries such as the claiming states and other great powers such as Russia and Japan choose to be involved in the conflict zone. I believe that all ASEAN countries want to build good relations with both China and the US. ASEAN hopes that China and the US would bring good things to the region. Both countries can be part of the maintenance of peace and security in the region. Both countries should instead generate economic growth for promoting common prosperity. In my view, ASEAN does not need to take side when hostility between China and the US occur. I also agree that our region must not be dominated by rivalry and hostility between China and the US. ASEAN should encourage other major players in the region to persuade China and the US to refrain from unnecessary moves that will endanger the region. From a strategic point of view, the region will be more stable if a dynamic equilibrium remains in the region. Power must not go unchecked. Power must be checked by other powers. The presence of China and the US should be put in this context. Let me now turn to the last issue that I'd like to make about the future of ASEAN. Although I am no longer in the loop, but I can still hear what the world and of course what the region hopes for ASEAN. I also follow the critics who question the role of ASEAN. Is ASEAN still relevant? And what about ASEAN centrality and the spirit of ASEAN must be at the driving seat? I have always believed that ASEAN is different from the European Union, EU. The EU is more homogeneous, ideologically, politically, and economically. The EU is more united, more structured, and more rules-based. As I have said before, ASEAN is very diverse. Historically, some of its members are conflicted with one another. ASEAN member countries differ in identities, ideologies, political system, and the level of its economy. Their national interests are varied. The national views on the tension between the US and China are also very different. I have recently heard that ASEAN is considered less relevant and less effective in maintaining peace and stability in Southeast Asia and in East Asia region. The ASEAN has no clear stance on South China Sea dispute because its member states view their problems with China as their own problems, not an ASEAN problem. I fully understand why all these things happen, but I should remind you that in the 12th ASEAN Summit in January 2007, ASEAN leaders affirmed their strong commitment to accelerate the establishment of an ASEAN community by 2015. The ASEAN community comprises three pillars: the ASEAN Political Security Community, ASEAN Economic Community, and ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community. Indeed, there is no obligation for ASEAN members to side with the US or China in any matter, including the South China Sea dispute. However, ASEAN must have a common ground, at least jointly calling on China to respect the code of conduct, respectively to also remind the US not to only pursue its national interests at the expense of ASEAN interests. Esteemed participants, that concludes my views and perspective. Facing the region's situation, especially in tackling the current coronavirus pandemic and economic crisis, I would like to offer one final conclusion. I believe that the key to overcoming this current crisis is close cooperation and more synergy and coordination between countries. I understand that each country must overcome its own problems, but countries must also be willing to have good relations and effective cooperation both at regional and international level. Finally, I remind all leaders of the world not to abandon the importance of multilateralism and global cooperation. It would not be good if the world suddenly moved toward narrow nationalism and unilateralism. Moreover, the fight against this coronavirus might be long. If it is not immediately resolved, the global pandemic will not end, and the global economy will definitely hard to recover. Likewise, in managing the economic crisis, we require joint endeavors. I do understand leaders may think that the national interest is above all, country first, but there are always areas for mutual cooperation and global partnership. Have a good conference. I thank you.
Professor Yudhoyono, thank you very much for your kind words of support for the conference and taking the time to share with us your insights into ASEAN's diversity and the threats and challenges that lie beyond our borders. For our audience, thank you for your presence, and we hope you have gained some insights into the role of ASEAN in the international world order. After a short break, UAC 2020 will return with 3 exciting panel sessions relating to the socio-cultural pillar of the ASEAN community throughout the rest of the afternoon. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon and welcome to the UNSW ASEAN Conference 2020. My name is Tan Xiao Meng. I'm a PwC partner based in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and I'm the Chief Risk Officer for our business in Vietnam and Malaysia. I will be your moderator for today's sessions on social entrepreneurship and impact investing. Before I introduce the 4 panelists, just to give some context to the topic that we're discussing today, I kind of think of what's happening in the world today as disparity and disaster. We have disparity in income distribution. We have disparity between gender. We have disparity perhaps even between human rights and political rights. And then we have disaster from climate change, pollution, and the whole waste management challenges on planet Earth. The question is today's capitalist, market-driven business model the answer to solve some of these problems, or are there alternatives such as social entrepreneurship and impact investing? So that's the topic today, and we have a very distinguished group of panelists, and I'd like to introduce them one by one and then give each of them a minute just to say a bit about themselves as well. We have Mr. Jose Ma Joey Concepcion, who is the chairman of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, and Joey, as he would like to be called, is based in the Philippines. And then we have Associate Professor Minako Sakai, Associate Professor of Southeast Asian Social Inquiry and Indonesian Studies at the UNSW Canberra campus. And Dr. Fan Wu Tang, who is the director at Thrive, and also a director of Center for Economic Development Studies at the University of Economics and Business in Hanoi in Vietnam. Last but not least, Mr. Bodine Sale, co-founder and partner at Patamar Capital based in Singapore. So perhaps I'll start with Associate Professor Minako. If you could just give a minute introduction about yourself and your interests, that will be fantastic.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Minako, and I'm an academic, particularly in the field of anthropology of development. And I've been undertaking research on how culture affects economic practice. And I have undertaken research on Islamic microfinancing in Indonesia. And also I have been undertaking research on offline, online crowdfunding and how crowdfunding scheme can drive post-disaster recovery projects in Japan. So I'm originally from Japan, but I've been based in Australia for really many years. Nice meeting you.
Thank you, Minako. Bo, would you like to go next, please? Bo?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Sorry, I'm having some Wi-Fi issues, so if it cuts out, I apologize. Yeah, so my name is Bo Sile. I run a firm called Palomar Capital. We are the longest running venture capital firm focused on impact investments in Southeast Asia. I've been investing in the region for over 10 years. And we have a team spread across Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, Sri Lanka, India, and I'm here in Singapore. So it's great to be with everyone. We invest in companies that we believe can solve really big problems, focus on low and middle income communities, creating more inclusive economic growth, and providing basic products and services to the mass market of low and middle income consumers.
Thanks, Bo. Mr. Concepcion, would you like to give a brief introduction about yourself?
Well, my name is Joey. I have basically been an entrepreneur for the last 30, 40 years. I hold a government position as an advisor to the president for micro, small, and medium enterprise, basically entrepreneurship. I've started a foundation 15 years ago called Go Negosyo, or Get Into Business, and basically focus on micro, small, and medium enterprise. The objective of what I've been doing for the last 15 years, working for actually two presidents, simultaneously public and private sector initiatives in creating prosperity for all and not just for a few. Most MSMEs in the Philippines are women entrepreneurs, so we are focused on women empowerment as well. And moving forward at the ASEAN level, I've created the ASEAN Mentorship for Entrepreneurship Network, and Australia has been a great partner with us here, involving all 10 nations to come together and work together and mentor each other. So in a nutshell, that's what I've been doing for the last 15 years, aside from running my own private sector business, which is into ice cream and milk and etc.
Thank you, Joey. Dr. Fan?
Okay, good morning. My name is Phạm Ngô Thắng. I'm working at the University of Economics and Business in Hanoi. I'm a director of the Center for Economic Development Studies, and at the same time, I'm country manager for TRIBE program in Hanoi. TRIBE, we support the small enterprises who we provide loans for them to buy machineries, and we don't take the money back. They can use that money to train and provide training skills for disadvantaged people, also services for poor communities. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Fan. So maybe the first question I have is really for Bo. When you talk about impact investing and social entrepreneurship, Bo, given your experience in Southeast Asia for some time, how would you define social entrepreneurship from an investor's perspective, Bo?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, I mean, the way that we think about social entrepreneurship may be a little bit different because we tend to invest in companies that are very commercial business models, but then tend to have a positive, measurable social or environmental impact alongside a financial return. So I know that there are multiple ways of thinking about social entrepreneurship. We have some entrepreneurs, we invest in their companies and they consider themselves social entrepreneurs. And then we have some that don't even know what the term means. They just say, hey, people need access to affordable education or health care, and that doesn't exist. So they don't even know what social entrepreneurship is, but they say, I'm a good business person. This is a great opportunity. And what we want to do is really provide these basic products and services that people can afford and that they need. And government has a hard time providing them, and no one in the private sector yet has had a difficult time providing them. So as an impact investor, we tend to just focus and say, do these entrepreneurs and can these business models actually scale, reach large numbers of people and address this need? And a lot of that is driven by the fact that we raise capital, not traditionally from donors, but we raise capital from investors who are seeking, a decent return, but are primarily driven by the impact of what our investments are. So we do not have any investors in our funds that are just looking at it as purely commercial. They want to see us help entrepreneurs develop inclusive business models and solve really big problems.
Did you have a nice war story about an investment you've made where it crystallized solving a social problem?
Yeah, so I'll give you an example of one of the companies we're invested in right now, a company called M-Clinica. M-Clinica works with 170,000 pharmacists across Southeast Asia that are small mom and pop pharmacies, and really providing them with a common technology platform and access to reliable, well-priced pharmaceutical products that they can sell to their customers. So essentially, they're aggregating the purchasing power of these hundreds of thousands of pharmacists across Southeast Asia with the idea that they can get them the best prices, and then they can better serve their consumers. So it's more of a business-to-business platform where we're just unlocking the power of small entrepreneurs to continue to do what they do well, which is serve a customer base that trusts them as someone they go to all the time. And in healthcare, since pharmacies are that first line of defense in the healthcare system, in let's say the Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, people end up trusting those people in their local area. And so these pharmacists provide a very important service. And what we're trying to do is just enable them with business tools and the economic power to continue to compete if people try and start launching large pharmacies. What we try and say is, how do we make sure that we don't see the same Walmart type strategy that destroys small businesses if we can use technology to help businesses compete and have the type of economic power that allows to thrive? That's a great goal.
So by consolidating perhaps the procurement side, you're going to bring down the cost of the medicine instead of they buying it on a small volume on their own. And hopefully that reduced cost means that they can compete on the pricing side. If one day a big pharmaceutical chain were to go into their geographical market, would you say that's one way of looking at it?
Yeah, that's part of what they do. Yeah, I mean, definitely they're trying to say, how do I aggregate the purchasing power of all these small shops so that we have better pricing? And then that flows down to the pharmacy. But then the other thing that we're doing is we're delivering health education to the pharmacists and technology tools that allows them to better engage with their customers as pharmacists. So as opposed to just going into a large pharmacy where you may not know the pharmacist and you may not trust them, if you can be with that person who's down the street and they can provide you a level of service and access to the medicines that you need and other products that you need, which is actually better than what you would get in more of a chain pharmacy, we think that it's actually a better way of serving people as well.
Understand. Thanks for that, Bo. I want to move on to Joey. Joey, you've been an entrepreneur, as you mentioned, in your own career, but being the chairperson of ASEAN Business Advisory Council, what's your view on social entrepreneurship, and has the ASEAN Business Advisory Council have a perspective or initiative to I guess, encourage social entrepreneurship in ASEAN? We'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Let me start with the framework that we use in the Philippines. As an entrepreneur myself, I know what makes a successful entrepreneur. And that is the framework we're adopting in the Philippines, and we've shared it with ASEAN. So basically, an entrepreneur, we as a mentor, over the past years as an entrepreneur, I've understood that there are three elements that are very important. Basically, 3 M's. We have to provide these startup entrepreneurs or potential entrepreneurs a mentor, access to money, which is the second M, and access to market. So the framework has been built around that. And we are now in the process of doing it both. We've been doing it in offline, and now we're moving it online. So getting the entrepreneurs attached to a mentor is key in his success as an entrepreneur moving from a micro, small, and medium enterprise. So in the Philippines, the private and the public sector have partnered together, which I put in, and it becomes the basically proponent of a relationship on how both private and public sector can provide the millions of micro entrepreneurs. In the Philippines, we have 99.6% MSMEs, and these are basically the people at the bottom of the pyramid. The wealthy people here, which are about 1%, control the entire economy of the country. And that is more or less the same in ASEAN, that it mirrors basically the same configuration of the wealthy, which are the few, control basically the economy. And how do we now somehow gradually change that over time, creating equal prosperity and equal opportunity? And this framework of providing access to mentors, which in the Philippines we have 700. In ASEAN, we have started what we call with the ASEAN Mentorship for our Entrepreneurship Network, whereby 10 countries are now pooling their mentors to come together. Now, in what kind of framework? We've gotten some funding from Japan to help us in this framework. We have now started the work between Thailand, Brunei, Vietnam, and all the other countries to now collaborate and provide that. And we are now sharing that framework with them. But the objective really is to give an opportunity to our micro and small entrepreneurs to be able to become a medium and large company one day. And this is the greatest challenge. So access to money is another big challenge. And this is where most MSMEs access credit through what we call the underground credit system, because many of them have no access to credit, so they usually borrow from high lending organizations. So with the fintech coming into and the digital platforms on access to money coming because of this pandemic, the acceleration towards digitalization has been phenomenal. And many have migrated. Even our offline programs on mentorship have now moved online, and it's done even much better. So access to money and access to market is shifting rapidly towards digitalization, where you have various platforms that people can sell their products and markets, whether it's Shopee, Lazada, and the list goes on. So that is the strategy that we're doing. And that's where we're also getting ASEAN to be involved. And it is a legacy project of the Philippines. And now it is being widely accepted by the different chairmen of the ASEAN member countries to adopt as well in the respective countries, moving forward as the way forward for creating greater prosperity for all micro and small entrepreneurs.
Thanks, Joey. So obviously encouraging entrepreneurship in a way, I guess, democratize the distribution of capital and allow more people, hopefully over time, to climb up the social mobility in various parts of ASEAN. But is there a social agenda to what you and your colleagues are trying to do? Is there any attempt or I guess initiative to think about entrepreneurship being used to solve social problem at the same time it's sustainable and profitable? Is that something that folks at the Business Council in ASEAN are thinking about, I guess?
Well, as the previous speaker was saying, that many people are into a business not knowing that it's providing a social need. But the greater concern really in ASEAN is the equality of opportunity. And to me, that is the greater population of entrepreneurs that exists today. In the Philippines, as I say, it's 99.6% micro and small. So many of them are women. the biggest challenge really here, as I said earlier, is just to access good mentors to guide them through an opportunity in borrowing money or capital, as we see, and providing them access to market. So, but then again, there are social entrepreneurs as well who get into being a social entrepreneur. But it's always a caution that I've told many of these young aspiring social entrepreneurs: don't think of the social enterprise because it's sexy and everybody wants to go to social entrepreneurship. Make sure that the business thrives, because many social entrepreneurs don't actually make it. The priority tends to be more of the social aspect rather than the viability of the whole enterprise. No? So in most businesses, there is always a social dimension to it. No? And I've shared this countless of times. No? Now the challenge really is, how can we get big business to really practice it? No? In other words, embrace equality and give everyone an equal opportunity, especially in their supply chain. And this is how we can really, in the end, what we're trying to do, whether it's a social enterprise or it's a traditional entrepreneurship business, is to really have a level playing field where everybody has a chance to move up the ladder, creating prosperity for all. And that's the general theme of ASEAN, is creating prosperity for all, for not only one particular country who's rich and dominant, but that country who's fortunate to have that economic power should be able to share the economic power with the other countries. And the same thing with large business organizations, that they have to share their influence, and in whether it's in marketplaces that provide what I call a democratized platform. And digitalization is providing that democratized platform whereby one business does not control the entire market. And if you have platforms that allow people to enter it and access that market platform for services and products, then you are now creating a democratized economy whereby everybody can move up the ladder as quick as others.
Thanks, Joey. I'd like to move to Associate Professor Minako. Professor, any reaction to what you hear so far from Bo and Joey? I know that you spend a lot of your interest in Indonesia. Do you think that social entrepreneurship is something that is real and operating in Southeast Asia, Professor?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I see what I heard really resonates with what I have seen in Indonesia, because I think particularly my research involves investigating what kind of culture, sort of embeddedness, really affects economic practice. And I've been looking at Muslim women. And so I think from there, what I can say is a lot of people start up with the social mission. For example, I studied Islamic microfinancing. And I think the reason why I think they really wanted to use Islam is they wanted to, as a Muslim dominant country in Indonesia, they wanted to see Islam as a solution. So from there, I think they came up with a new kind of economic sort of system, Islamic financing. And initially they looked up to the banking and it didn't work. And they decided to have something sort of innovative, which is a grassroots device or economic system called Islamic microfinancing, which has got charity part of it. And I think for some time, I think it's very difficult to kind of understand, for particularly community, to see what it is. Is that a philanthropy, which means the money borrowed, doesn't have to be actually returned? And that really led to a lot of sort of confusing visions. So, and I think another aspect I have seen is people who really use their spare time to do sort of more social aspect. So I think Joey just said, a lot of people who wanted to do social entrepreneurship don't make it. And I've seen that a lot, but they want to be are committed. So they want to use this branding to inspire, but at the same time, they have to pay bills, so they do their daily jobs. And on Sundays, Saturdays, they do some community charity work, and they use, for example, some kind of mutual assistance, now offline, online kind of mutual assistance, crowdfunding. And I think because everyone in Indonesia is very charity oriented, things do fail because they don't think that's actually the funds. But then I think I also looked at examples from Japan where there's a kind of expectation that actually business can operate. And that's really the way Japanese people see the future. So the way I think Japanese people use for crowdfunding, for example, as disaster recovery, really is in line with entrepreneurship. So they raise money to really create jobs for kind of rural communities affected by disasters, for example. So what we are seeing here is surely social entrepreneurship is a term, but how it can develop and how it can really grow depends on the kind of embeddedness in that society, where kind of culture really, encourages people to use communal ideas for business in a sustainable way, particularly financially, economically, environmentally sustainable. I think I can really see Japan leading sort of to some degree in this area. And it's because a lot of people, elite graduates from universities, they really got fed up with company life, which really doesn't guarantee the future. In the past, when I was growing up, surely top academic university graduates shouldn't become academic and they should really pursue corporate life. But I think now the situation has changed. So they are using experience and also access to mentors to develop socially oriented businesses. And I think that's where this kind of cultural context does matter. And whereas in Indonesia, everyone really donates really generously, but things really do disappear. It's bound off donation. So what I'm seeing here is really to look at this concept, but really how it operates in each society and what we can do to really push, because I think this forum is going to see how we can help. And I think more research is needed to really factor in various contexts, I think.
Thanks, Professor. So you kind of brought in an interesting perspective that, the culture of a society may have an impact on how we look at solving social problem using entrepreneurship, and that understanding of that cultural aspect in a society may eventually impact how social entrepreneurship model or even impact investing model evolve over time. So that's an interesting perspective there. I've got a message to the students and participants who are on this panel that apparently if you want to access the chat to ask questions, you have to refresh your page. I hope you understand that instruction that's coming from the chat room here that I see. Ask the audience to refresh their page so that they can access the chat to ask questions. So I hope that technology works. There are two questions that came into the chat, which I'll leave towards the end. I do want to go to Dr. Phan. Dr. Phan, what's social entrepreneurship like in Vietnam, and what's been your experience? I'd like to hear your comments on that. And is it really possible, or are we really finding it very challenging that if you want to focus on solving social problem, it is through philanthropy, it is through corporate social responsibility by big businesses, but if you want to be entrepreneur, then you have to make return on capital, you got to have fiscal discipline, and you have a market, and then you have to be sustainability. Is there such a concept of social entrepreneurship that is sustainable in the long run and it is scalable? I think that's really a challenge, and I'm just wondering whether from Vietnam, do you see any things that's happening that's different, Dr. Phan?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm in charge of the TRI program nearly 10 years, and I have experience and observation many cases. And under TRI program, we first support the small enterprises to grow. And one of the conditions when they receive our support is they should train the disadvantaged people to get the skills and to find jobs. So our program, under our program, social entrepreneurship or social impact is kind of simple approach, like how to create jobs for disadvantaged people. How many people, like they don't have a university degree or even basic education, or they are the people with disabilities, and they can have a jobs. So we try to focus and to promote, to change business owners from the normal, like they don't know what is the social impact. They don't know at all. But we train them, and we, under program, we shift to the social entrepreneurs. So, for example, one case, very young couple, they are normal people, they are very business mind. They set up the products for babies without any chemical baby clothes, and they can export to Japan and Europe. And they, in the workers, they all workers are normal people. And they, with the program, they start to hire deaf and mute workers, first for training and then provide them jobs. And now, up to now, they have 10 people with disabilities to work with them. And they are very happy with that. And at the same time, people with disabilities, they have a chance to find jobs. So in our program, social entrepreneurship is a very kind of simple thing, like creating jobs for disadvantaged people. And other issues like, yes.
So Dr. Fan, you give small entrepreneurs some loan,
yes,
but instead of returning the loan to you, they have to pay forward by giving job opportunities to perhaps a group of people who are disabled, like you were saying, or with special abilities. That's the model. Where do you get your fund from then? Who is supplying the money for you?
Yeah, money from Thai US. Yeah, from Thai, from US.
From the US, okay.
Yes, and before providing them jobs, they have to train them skills to work in the workshop, in the factory.
Okay. And Tribe US gets their money from some donors. Is that how it works? Some philanthropists or
philanthropy program?
Okay.
And they raise funds in US and they support by countries.
I see Joey raising his hand. Joey, you have a question for Dr. Fan?
No, I wasn't raising my hand.
Joey?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, sorry. No worries.
So from my experience, the social entrepreneurship is the way we now working in Vietnam is support the first normal enterprises, and when we grow and we train them to be social entrepreneurs, start to think about very simple, like many poor people around them, around their house, around their location, not so far. And they can help them by providing skills, working skills, services. For example, one company, they provide water, clean water for very close house. The single mom and her sister, very poor condition, and we encourage them to find not far, very in their local community to support them by any issue Yeah. And
Dr. Fan, I wanted to go to kind of the topic of impact and scalable. From your experience in terms of giving this loan to the small entrepreneurs in Vietnam, and things that are solving, whether it's providing employment or clean water, how does this get scaled up, right, to a bigger impact? What is there some thinking around that in terms of encouraging some of this solution to be scalable?
Yeah, I agree with our colleague said that 3M, mentor, money, and market, very key important things. But COVID-19 and many small enterprises facing very challenging to survive, and we now try to help them to move on to online business by supporting the free training, digital marketing, and at the same time we try to connect them together in some similar sector to support them and to work as group. And to save, they don't have much resources, and some businesses they don't have a skill to go online, and they can help each other to try to set up supply chains together. Focus like vegetable foods. Some businesses they only focus on export. Now they have to go back to domestic market because
of the pandemic.
Yeah, because of the pandemic, and we try to help them to survive, not to scale up at this time at all. And
but I think you did mention that for scaling up, it is also perhaps to consolidate with other supplier in terms of gaining a bigger market share. One of the initiatives. But thanks, Dr. Fan. I want to move on to digitalization that we see happening, and because of pandemic as well, I'm seeing that big businesses are accelerating digitization of their products, services, their delivery, their procurement, their distribution channel. Bo, I'd like to get your thoughts on how do you see digitalization impacting entrepreneurs from what you're seeing, Bo?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great question. I think that there's no doubt that all of us are adopting technology, including it doesn't matter what income band you are now that the price of smartphones has gone down, the price of data plans has gone down, and now most people are accessing information via those devices. So we've seen a big move, not only from large companies that are trying to digitize for the first time, whether it's insurance companies, fast-moving consumer goods companies, banks. Everyone realizes how important digitization is, but also with the rise of social commerce, so people selling over Facebook and selling over Instagram, Shopee, other things like that, that even SMEs and micro businesses are realizing that that's a way for them to reach their customers. That's a way for them to send things. That's a way for them to make payments. So this trend is just going to accelerate. And I think that, training on how to best do that is incredibly helpful for small businesses. And, I'll say something which I think may be somewhat controversial. Not everything is going to go online, though. There is going to be what we call a phygital interaction, where not everyone, even in high income circles, let alone in middle income and low income circles, where most of the economy is still happening in person, we're not living in a purely virtual world. So people do need to think very heavily about how we operate in an omni-channel, or what we call physical plus digital, because products are both physical, and digital, but most of physical products, there is now a digital component to how people are accessing them. So one of our biggest focuses at Patamar is saying if technology-driven companies are going to modernize industries and potentially dominate all industries, how do we invest in companies that we believe will create more inclusive economic models and provide better opportunities for micro and small businesses to actually access customers, as Mr. Concepcion and also Thang were talking about. And we're never going to get to a situation where there's going to be purely equal opportunity. There's so many factors that drive into that. But one of the things we say at Patamar is, how do we provide people with the tools, access, and then we think that the types of training that nonprofits, NGOs, foundations, governments can provide towards small businesses will be very helpful in helping them to access those platforms. But at Patamar, it's not only how do we invest in the companies of the future and the tech platforms of the future, which will likely dominate these markets. How do we invest in companies that create better inclusive economic models of how they engage with their suppliers and their customers, and change the way that people think about what that social compact or that social and economic contract is, to create more stability and inclusive economic growth across these markets, as opposed to replicating what we've seen in the US and Europe, where it's essentially decimated small businesses.
Thanks for the point, Bo, about more inclusive model. I want to explore that a bit more. But thanks for the comment about digital and physical and the high combination. There has been a lockdown in most of the countries in ASEAN, and in Malaysia we were locked down for almost 3 months. I was still looking for a digital solution to my haircut. So having my hair trim is a very physical thing still. But I want to go to Mr. Concepcion, Joey. We are seeing some question coming through the chat group. Thanks to the students and participants for the questions. One interesting one for you, Joey, is with the pandemic, how you see entrepreneurs, whether they are social or just pure commercial entrepreneurs, developing resilience against the pandemic. What are you seeing from the Philippines and even from ASEAN? Joey?
Well, at my level, as an advisor to the President for Entrepreneurship, the only way to save our MSMEs is to really open up the economy safely. And that's the biggest challenge. Is it a choice between lives or livelihoods? And that has been the consensus issue over the last months. The Philippines had the longest lockdown of 2.5 months, and our infection levels are still there. It has gone down, but it's still pretty high. The challenge really now is how do we handhold the entrepreneurs that will be able to survive in the next couple of months until a vaccine is discovered or released for public use. And we have attached many of our mentors to guide them through. And basically it's cash flow resilience. In other words, if you don't have cash flow, you might as well close your business and save it, whatever you have left for the next time that all of these things will get resolved. The pandemic to me is one of those challenges that we face every generation. And I shared with my children that our parents went to World War II, and every generation has this kind of problem. And it's really how do we provide that lifeline to them as the new normal creates basically makes it more difficult for people to be viable in the retail and the food space and the airline, the tourism, and the list goes on. And that is what we're doing right now. And at the top level of my level is that the private sector is encouraging more testing to create visibility. And with visibility, we can isolate, trace, and treat. And all of this have to come together because there is no other solution in saving our MSMEs, but not to open the economy. But how do you do it safely? And that's where public and private sector partnership has to really be in sync in that common objective. And we are in that process of even at the local level in the Philippines and at the ASEAN level, are collaborating and exchanging experiences on how each sector is able to survive through this crisis. And this actual mentorship among different nations, different entrepreneurs, is a big help in giving us learning of how each one is able to cope up with balancing lives and livelihood.
Thanks. Thanks, Joey. Do you have any advice to young, aspiring social entrepreneur out there who are listening to our panel today?
Well, my advice to those who are thinking of putting up a social enterprise, I think what's important is whether it's a social enterprise or a business that thrives on different business models, you always have to look at the business viability. Don't be driven by the social need primarily. You have to determine your source of revenue, whether it's going to be donations or etc., and the sustainability. Because if the social enterprise is not sustainable, then you will just be eventually closing shop. So you have to look at the sustainability of that business model, whereby it can start with funding from people who want to fund social enterprises or donations, but in the end, it has to thrive on its own cash flow. And that's my advice to many of the young people are looking at different social enterprise. And I think that you have to think of it as a real business. No? Practicing and looking at the 3 M's, as I always advise entrepreneurs: find a mentor, find how you can access money, whether it's borrowing or it's equity infusion, and who is your market. That's very important, because without the market, then you won't be viable.
Thanks a lot, Joey. That's a very good advice there. And I want to also open up to the panelist members as well. If you have questions to ask the other panel member, there's a chat group that you can key in your question, and I'll try to pass it around as well. Professor Minako, culture, trying to solve social problem, inclusiveness. We have about 1,000 young people on the call today. What would be, some of your encouragement or challenge to the youth of ASEAN as to if we are wanting to solve more social problems through sustainable business model? From your perspective, what's important? And particularly, we have a lot of women on the call today as well. How do we encourage women empowerment as well in this region?
Yeah, thank you. I've been focusing on particularly women's economic empowerment for the last 10 years. Particularly, they benefited from access to Islamic microfinancing, and also now have been looking at digital sort of entrepreneurship, particularly among women too. And from there, what I really have seen, and I totally agree with 3 M's, but I like to really focus that 3 M's really exist in this society and culture. And then gender roles, for example. So today, for example, Saturday afternoon, I have a teenage son. So surely I've got a question like, are you going to work today, right? So this is actually a real story about our life. And so what it means for this entrepreneurship, particularly social or just conventional, is this basically the business itself really impinges on family life, and that's gender expectations. Definitely something we need to really consider. And particularly, I think Joey said, 96, 97, really a lot of majority of people who are running are women. And how can we actually sort of assume that everyone has got this desire, surely desire, but we also have to sort of, for example, childbirth, family raising, particularly Islamic culture. You're from Malaysia, and you are familiar with Muslim culture as well. In Indonesia, after marriage, breadwinners are men. That's stipulated. So if for example, we talked about, Madam, would you like to come to this training session? Then they always have to really negotiate their roles. Oh, but I've got duties to look after my husband, kids. And so we really need to think in this sort of gender roles, particularly operators of small businesses who are women, and what they are when they have sort of time to attend and how we can support. So I think what's really important is this patriarchy societies, and then we need to re-acknowledge this norm and how women's position in society, and then provide assistance. Often we say access to market, that's true, I often hear that, but they just don't really have any access to market directly. So for example, I think the best way is to look for some kind of social institutions, cultural institutions, including men, to support in the name of sort of family wellness or community well-being, rather than women's empowerment. I think women's empowerment in very patriarchal societies really do not go well, and women really also hesitate. Oh, my husband wouldn't support that. So I think that's something, and we need to deal with this issue by inclusive that means women's empowerment definitely need to have partners who are men and husband and kids, and that's really important. And we need to create a discourse, really cultural discourse, to really support community prosperity and welfare of the family and family business model. I think that's really the way to go. That's what I am currently looking at.
Thanks. So I like the point that even if you are a woman in, say, Malaysia or Indonesia, and you have a mentor, you may have access to market, and you have some money, you still have the issue that the expectation of society is that you... Hello?
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, sorry, my screen has just gone blank, but I'm going to keep talking if you can hear me. Is that you still have the expectation that as a woman in that society, you have certain role looking after the kids or looking after the aging parents. So how do you address that, right? So I think the point being that there needs to be reform and changes even in a social structure in order to make this work as well as one of the prerequisites. Understand. Thanks so much, Professor Minako, for that perspective. And Dr. Phan, Vietnam, there's a lot of young people. I go to Vietnam quite often for my business. What is one thing, Dr. Phan, that you think that the young people of Vietnam can do to create more social entrepreneur or enterprise in your home country, Dr. Phan?
Thank you very much. I really think I want to address these issues because I'm from university, and I see not many graduate young women or people to be interested in setting up or running social entrepreneurship. And in my tribe program, I see really people who disabled people or who are facing something challenging, and who they interested in working as a social entrepreneur. So I mean that in Vietnam really shows that how we as a university can train and promote young people, young graduates to think and to pursue the social entrepreneurship when they finish a degree. And it's very important because in the university they can be equipped with very good business model, marketing, finance, many knowledge. So
can I jump in there, Dr. Phan? Can I just jump in there and because conscious of time, I want to give Bo a last question as well before we wrap up. In the university curriculum in where you are, do you teach about social entrepreneurship?
We start to do that. we start to create a social innovation and social entrepreneurship very recently.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's a beginning, right? In terms of creating the awareness,
Yes.
and I guess impact investing and the idea of environment, governance, and society, all that are being taught in the university as well today.
And one of the British Council support social innovation and social entrepreneurship in university in Vietnam. And
From the British Council? Yeah.
Yes, British Council
Okay.
and other like Australia, US, they support like set up like some kind of accelerator or kind of intermediate program to support social enterprises. But I don't see any ASEAN network in this field in Vietnam. So I really like to raise issue and connect to the both here that and support.
What you can do then is you can reach out to Associate Professor Minako and see whether both university can come up with a collaboration in terms of focusing social entrepreneurship curriculum and education to the youth in ASEAN. That would be an interesting initiative from this panel. With 2 minutes left, though, Dr. Fan, Bo, you get to answer the last question, and a lot of students asking in the chat group about if they want to be social entrepreneur, how can they convince you? You are the guy with the money, Bo, the fund, to give them some money. So what do you look for if a 25-year-old come to you and say, give me some money? That's one. And my last question to you, Bo, is do you see that funding social entrepreneurship is going to be a challenge in the next 10 years, or will that be more and more money available? So the first one is, how do I get some money off you, Bo?
Yeah,
Bo?
you know, I think that what people, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, you have about 2 minutes, a minute left, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll answer very quickly. I think that what folks need to realize is that when you're dealing with big, hairy problems like what social entrepreneurs or, you know, impact investing money is focused on is, one, you need to have a very clear vision of what you're trying to accomplish, or the, you know, what I like to see is somebody who is an entrepreneur can. You're dealing with some problems which may even be more difficult. So you even have to be more clear-minded and smarter because you're fighting against the way that current economic systems are built and, you know, challenges that exist to drive, you know, opportunities, or you're dealing with some pretty big problems, right? So in our opinion, experience is absolutely incredible. It's not essential because we know that some of the most successful entrepreneurs in the world have built business models coming out of, you know, universities and have been very successful, but those people are, you know, off the charts, right? So just think that just because you want to do good in the world doesn't mean that people are automatically going to give you money. You have to, you know, hit a certain level of criteria, which is going to be just as challenging, if not more challenging, because there is limited capital going in the impact investing space and the socially driven models, right? So, you know, it's going to be tough. So if you don't have an amazing idea, a very clear vision, or, you know, you don't have a group of committed people to help you, and, you know, you think that you see something that the world doesn't see, you know, I would say go and work at one of these companies that's trying to do a lot of good. I mean, Silicon Valley was not built on a whole bunch of people just in their garages. It was built by and worked at these companies. They're able to scale businesses, and having hardcore business skills, you need to have really strong business skills where you can add value, or you need to be able to work incredibly hard to add value, or you need to have a very clear vision of the world, which can also drive that value.
Excellent. The final question, Bo, well, do you see more money coming into this area in Southeast Asia in terms of fundraising?
Well, it depends on
yes or
on
no.
how we do. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how we define it, just to be honest, because there's a lot of traditional venture firms that are willing to invest into companies that are dealing with financial inclusion, healthcare, education. You know, it depends on how you define that. You know, there's money out there to back things if you've got a great plan and a great model and a great idea.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Bo, Joey, Professor Minako, and Dr. Fan. It's been a pleasure for me to be moderating this session. Great fun, and hearing different perspectives from all four of you, a very distinguished member of the panel. And I hope that the students and participants on this panel have enjoyed as well. And from the thanks to those who've submitted all the questions, thank you so much. After a short break, UAC 2020 will return with a panel session on digital learning, health, and literacy in ASEAN at 2:30 p.m. Sydney time. Thank you and have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Welcome to the conference today, the UNSW ASEAN conference. My name's Associate Professor Adrian Torda, and I will be your moderator for today's session on digital learning, health, and literacy. So as all of you would know, there have been incredible advances in digital technologies, which are revolutionizing the way we obtain information and resources. However, there is a large disparity between ASEAN member states surrounding the accessibility of information and technologies. Rural populations across the region face persistent challenges in terms of receiving a quality education and essential health services compared to urban counterparts. Additionally, the emergence this year of the COVID-19 pandemic has forced much of the community to interact via digital means. So to overcome these challenges and to promote equity in education and health, the ASEAN community must embrace digitisation. And this is what we're going to be talking about today. And we've got four fantastic speakers. Initially, they're going to speak for about 5 minutes each. Then we're going to have a panel discussion, and then we're going to open the chat up for discussion across the board. So we'll invite everybody to participate. So our speakers today are Professor Lau Sao Teng, who's the head of the WHO Collaborating Centre on e-Health at the UNSW Sydney School of Population Health. Mr. Adam Bremer, who's the founder and CEO of Open Learning Australia. Dr. Tiffany Ong, who's the Chief Operating Officer at Naluri Life in Malaysia. Now give me time here to get this right. Dr. Nawanan Tira Ampornpunt, who's the Deputy Dean of the Operations in the Faculty of Medicine at Ramantibody Hospital, Mahidol University, Thailand. So without any further ado, I'll introduce Teng, our first speaker, to kick things off.
Thanks, Adrian. Hi, everybody. My name is Teng Liao. As introduced, I head the WHO Collaborating Center on e-Health. And I'll brief essentially the focus that we do as part of that activity is to work with WHO member countries with a focus in Asia Pacific on implementation evaluation of digital health in the broad sense as adopted by the WHO, which covers a lot of things, all the way from informatics to apps to big data, AI, artificial intelligence, and data analytics. So the question I've been posed is whether we are ready to achieve the digital health vision as envisaged by the WHO in its last World Health Assembly, which is to harness digital health to achieve universal health coverage and to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And the supplementary question was, did COVID-19 help the journey to achieve the digital health vision? So a lot of you will be familiar with the industrial revolutions that we've had since the 1700s. First one was Industrial Revolution, the steam engine. Next one is electricity. And then computing, which is where we are currently just kind of transitioning into use of intelligence. Intelligence in the broad sense of data and information and knowledge as the Army uses it. So this is basically the scope of digital health. Covers a whole bunch of things, all the way from text messaging, disease management apps, consumer mobile apps, wearables, sensors, smartphone cameras. So some of you will be, I mean, a lot of you who are, I'm assuming are students, will be very familiar with the use of smartphones, especially for various aspects of digital health. So management of detection of anemia, detection of skin lesions, and so on. Clinical patient information tools, so data collection, virtual assistants at home, part of telemonitoring, telemedicine and virtual visits, which is coming to the fore in the pandemic, personal health records and the ability to share them, and web-based interactive programs, and so on. And I'm sure, and obviously underlying it is all the data that moves around. And part of the work of digital health is to ensure that the data is of good quality and shareable and interoperable. So that's the scope of digital health within the definition adopted by WHO. So the vision is, where do we want to get to? Okay, so it is big data, AI, robots at the supporters in driverless cars and digital health up here, agriculture, every aspects of society. So we want to get to that part, and the Internet of Things, the IoT at the corner here, is part of the infrastructure. So what are some of the challenges that will stop us from getting to this fourth industrial revolution, this ability to build intelligence into the infrastructure, partly through broadband, partly through wireless, and obviously through the Internet of Things? Okay, so the first thing we need to think about, maybe the way to think about how we're going to move into the future, especially we'll contextualize it in the context of COVID, think about challenges. And challenges are there already before COVID struck. COVID just put the spotlight on it and accentuated it. So we're talking of starting from the bottom, changing needs and poorly resourced health systems, especially with the aging population, is making it very hard to implement and harness digital health to improve the safety and quality of care. The inequity in the society, COVID especially has highlighted that, the poor and the vulnerable populations are the ones that suffer the most in terms of economy, social aspects, morbidity, and mortality. All right, so the next bit is the suspicion of the polity and the public institutions. If you look at it, that's why I guess unilateralism and has been coming to the fore, populist politicians. So there's a breakdown and a lack of trust on the part of the community, and apparent lack of accountability of the public institutions and government. So those are some of the challenges that are coming to the fore and reflecting itself, especially in this pandemic era. And the COVID has highlighted to us that, resilience is important and flexibility. Look at how the Victorians are kind of putting up with that level of lockdown. The other aspect is to look at the opportunities. So what are the opportunities as we make the transition from digital health, from kind of less digital to more digitalization? One of the things, concepts that we need to focus on is digital health maturity, which is a lot of work that we're doing in helping communities implement and evaluate digital health tools and programs to see how they can harness and improve their healthcare. Obviously, the vision that I projected just now, globalization and society 4, depends on connectedness and digitally enabled services. And in the context of grasping the opportunities provided by digital health, we need to think about how we create wealth and social capital. So co-creation is an important concept. I'm sure some of it will come out as part of the discussions that we'll have later. So I'm quickly introducing the whole concept of this digital revolution and the fact that we are making the transition, biopsychosocial technical transition. So in the biological space, in health, in digital health, the psychological dimensions, the social dimensions, and obviously underpinning it, the technical and the data dimensions. So we've got to make that transition. So it is kind of, and digital, the COVID has accentuated, actually put a spotlight on exactly what's some of the issues we need to address in terms of education, in terms of health, obviously, so telehealth and the virtual model of care is going to be the mainstream model. Face-to-face is going to become peripheral. And that's what a lot of people are thinking in the informatics world. So I'll leave it at that, as just giving you a broad picture of the transition that we have to start to think about to move from a less digital to a more digital world.
Brilliant. Thanks, Teng. Lots and lots of questions in my mind already, but I think we better flick across very quickly to Adam Bremo. Adam, do you have some slides you want to share?
No slides. I'm happy just to chat briefly and then we can get into the session.
Please do.
So just to give you a bit more on sort of my background, because I'll give you some context for where some of my comments will come from. So I'm the founder and CEO of Open Learning. Open Learning is a global online education platform with about 2.5 million students around the world. And we partner with education providers, so universities, colleges, even government agencies, to help them deliver really large-scale transformative education online, including with UNSW. So I'm a UNSW graduate myself, going back a number of years now. And what we've built with Open Learning in this platform is, I guess, not just a piece of technology, but also the expertise and an educational philosophy that enables us to work with our partners to deliver a higher quality education. So what that really means, to put it into context, is, if you think of a lot of online learning, a lot of online courses you've probably done before, many of them probably would have been just a video and a quiz, or a Zoom session or a webinar or something, and then an online exam. Now that's quite a passive experience. You're not really, you're more trying to absorb information rather than actually develop any skills or implement what you're hearing about. Whereas Open Learning is built around a philosophy called social constructivism, which is really the idea that you learn best when you're actively engaged, intrinsically motivated, when you're doing things, when you're solving problems, working on projects, and when you're constructing and co-constructing knowledge, which I think is quite relevant in this context. So what makes Open Learning interesting is that we've built the technology around this particular style of learning. So in order for any organization or university to really, I guess, get the most out of it, they also have to understand and embrace this particular style of education, which, although I guess it's a little bit academic, most education is moving in this direction. Most people want to be more engaged, they want to be more social, they want to be more collaborative, they want to do more projects rather than just watching videos. So the world is trending in this direction, but most of the technology we've used up until this point is really designed for a world where online education is complementary to a face-to-face education, rather than an alternative or the primary means of education delivery. And I think that's particularly relevant in the region. We've started in Sydney, Australia about 8 years ago, and we expanded into Malaysia in about 2014. And we have an office in KL. We also have about 50 universities and colleges in Malaysia that we work with. And over the years, we've worked with the Malaysian Ministry of Higher Education and a number of other organizations as well. And we also have a number of partners in Indonesia and Singapore and across Australia. So in that context, one of the interesting challenges we've seen over the past 5 years, and that we're also seeing now, although obviously, the recent pandemic is sort of accelerating some of these events, the biggest challenge has actually been changing the thinking around what a quality education looks like, or how to design a quality education online. Because there's this perception that when you want to deliver education at a very large scale, what you have to distribute is the content itself, the books, the materials, the lecture videos. But what's really missing is the delivery of what we would consider the learning experience, which is project-based learning, collaboration, peer-to-peer discussion, really engaging people. And delivering that at scale is a lot more challenging. So when we've worked across the region and even in Australia, what we normally start off with is, okay, let's try and improve the practice generally. So educate the education sector on learning design, on how you engage or facilitate courses, and then introduce the online elements to that. So if you're running your course very well face-to-face, how do you recreate that environment to achieve the same outcomes, but maybe doing it slightly differently? So I think one of the big challenges we're seeing across the region, and certainly over the past 6 months, is that there's obviously a rush to move online because of the pandemic. But that rush to move online has a couple unintended side effects. I think one is that it requires people to sometimes implement stopgap measures rather than properly think through how online education or an education experience should be delivered in the first place. So rather than just let's say using Zoom or Microsoft Teams or Google Classroom or something, and just trying to do the same thing you did face-to-face virtually, that's not delivering the outcomes. And in many ways, that's having, I think it could have a detrimental impact on the acceptance of online education. Because we're already seeing a number of institutions across the region saying that, well, my students don't want online. Or students are complaining saying, if you give me this experience next semester or next year, I don't want to pay the same fees, or I'm not going to pay at all, or I'm just going to defer until I can show up face-to-face. So sort of giving people a subpar experience as their first experience is actually counterproductive. At the same time, the challenge is not just across Southeast Asia, but around the world, how do you move online at scale? Because as we've all probably experienced, designing a really great online course is actually a lot of work. It takes a lot of time and effort. You have to think through all the activities, think through the experience you want. And there's now actually an entire field of people, learning designers, entire profession dedicated to making this possible. And it's usually not feasible to have a learning designer involved in every course. So you have to upskill all of your teachers and your lecturers and academics to do it, but they have other jobs as well. It's hard to deliver the same level of research if you also have to design and deliver a great online course. So these are some of the challenges that we see around the world, and particularly in Southeast Asia, as there is less of less of an appreciation of the work that goes into building a great online course. And then there's also significant challenges just in having the right level of support internally at many of these institutions, because there's a lot of pressure on the academics and lecturers to do things up quickly, move online quickly. And because there isn't this great understanding of what's involved, you can kind of end up with a subpar experience. So I think, overall, digitization and online education are expanding very rapidly across Southeast Asia. We're seeing that in all the markets that we operate in, and we've seen very significant demand. The greatest challenge we see is upskilling and education around learning design and facilitation, and really, delivering a great online education experience. These things can be, resolved, but these are some of the challenges that we're seeing.
Brilliant. Adam, look, you've basically just summarized my entire year. You know, the challenge of trying to marry educational pedagogy with rapid, like we were already looking at how we could transfer an entire faculty of medicine into online, but it had to be done just so quickly. And initially high satisfaction because it was like, oh, at least we've got something, and you can just see it dwindling. And now for next year, we're completely rethinking the whole thing because just okay is not good enough. We have to be ingenious and we have to be creative and we have to really incorporate all those educational principles of learning into whatever we deliver, online, face-to-face. So although it's a challenge, it's actually good because it's shaken everybody up. But anyway, enough from me. I think Tiffany needs to speak. Tiffany, welcome.
Thanks so much, guys. I've just started sharing my slide. I think everyone should be able to see them. Let me know if you guys can't. So I think just a very quick introduction about myself. So I'm here as the Chief Operating Officer at Naluri. I was a management consultant before this, and even before that, I was in the research and academia field where I completed my PhD in cognitive, perceptual, and brain sciences back in London. And back then, I remember being so obsessed with social hierarchy as a particular topic. And specifically, I was very interested in just finding more about how does our status within either your community, your workplace, or your whichever environment that you've planted yourself, and how does that sense of whether or not you are respected by others influence the way you go about perceiving the world around you. I left academia, came back to Malaysia, went into management consulting before deciding that I wanted to be in the healthcare space. And then that was when I jumped ship into a young digital therapeutic startup called Naluri. So just very kind of quick overview about what Naluri is. So we always stress on the fact that we are human driven, but we are AI augmented in providing digital chronic disease management programs that hopefully aims to deliver quantifiable health outcomes to ultimately help healthcare payers save on avoidable healthcare costs. And we do this through addressing both physical health and mental health risks together through providing a structured behavioral coaching program. And kind of the focus on digital therapeutics is hopefully that we can be twice as effective as just medication, 10 times more cost effective, and just so much more accessible because we are provided through a digital medium. So I want to share a bit around kind of the reason why we exist. And I think it's not to say that all of us kind of went about our careers thinking that we wanted to create an app, a mobile phone app. Our founder in Naluri is Azran, and he used to run AirAsia. So that's airplanes, going from airplanes into mobile phone apps. So it's actually purely driven by this huge crisis that we are seeing where the chronic disease burden is just increasing year on year. If you look at just ASEAN alone, the population that's affected is close to 100 million, and I think probably more after this pandemic, where you see almost 55% of deaths that we observe is due to non-communicable diseases. So these are your diabetes, your heart conditions, cancers, and yes, there is a genetic component to it, but they are also largely preventable through lifestyle interventions. And this prevalence of the number of adults that are at risk of chronic disease is increasing at an alarming rate because of some of the lifestyle choices that we are making today. And this has led to an economic value at stake of up to 10 billion USD. And I think the biggest irony that we see is that, well, insurers and employers and even individuals are paying more and more each year. And we see this with the accelerating medical cost escalation that's like 10 to 16% per annum. Yet, despite more money being pumped in, people are actually getting sicker. So of course, there's multiple different ways that we can tackle this issue, but I think we put our stake on the ground in trying to address the issue of physical health and also mental health not being addressed in an integrated manner. So some of the kind of the way that we think about how we want to move healthcare forward is really now, if we were to start at where we are today, and we call it, say, healthcare 1.0, where healthcare is delivered in a very hospital-centric manner, meaning, number one, it tends to be reactive and transactional. So people only see doctors when they are sick. And when they are sick, they are given treatments that are transactional in nature because it's based on consultation or prescriptions. But if you think about something like chronic conditions, even something like, say, diabetes, meds alone isn't going to get you there. You also need to fundamentally change your eating habits. So the whole notion of being reactive and transactional doesn't necessarily work for everyone in achieving sustainable health outcomes, number one. Number two is that it is very siloed by specialization. Even if you were to think about within hospitals and all the different rooms that you have, they have doctors within them that are not necessarily even full-time employees of the hospital. They are just specialists or experts within their respective domains. Again, doesn't necessarily work for chronic conditions, because to tackle a chronic condition, not an acute one, you actually require a multidisciplinary team to look at each individual case file and decide on what is the best integrated care and experience. And hence why I actually resonate with a lot of things that you mentioned, Adam, like why that experience is so important to ultimately get us to outcomes, which is then the third issue that we see, where a lot of things within the healthcare sector today is still very activity-based, right? It's still line item by line item. Okay, you've seen this doctor, and then you see this doctor, and then you generated this report, and then therefore you got this prescription. But they are not focused on, like, ultimately, what is the percentage reduction that we want to help this patient see in terms of their health metrics? Now, of course, we have been moving towards telemedicine. I think probably at a much more mature rate now in Australia compared to Malaysia. But I think we are gaining gaining a lot of traction, especially in the recent few months. But for us, we still see telemedicine as just 2.0. Because if you think about telemedicine, yes, it solves for the issue on accessibility, because now whatever that is delivered in the hospital can be delivered through the digital medium. So people not necessarily have to drive all the way to the hospital to speak to professionals. So yes, that's good. However, it is still something that is reactive and is still transactional, because it depends a lot on patients reaching out. So what about those patients who don't know that they need to reach out? They don't know that they are at risk, or maybe they are not ready to reach out. What are we doing about that population? The second issue with telemedicine that we still see is that it is still siloed by specialization. It created this massive marketplace. Yes, I can pick which doctors I want to see, but then that also creates the new problem. Who owns my case file right now? Who is my central care coordinator in this world of telemedicine? Am I expected to be that person? And if so, what are we doing in ensuring that patients themselves are equipped with the literacy to know how to think about their health in a coordinated manner? And finally, I think we still see the last problem where it's still very activity-based, again, based on individual appointments that have been made. And also, while there has been a big shift in digital health apps that can track steps, that can count calories, sleeping hours, your breathing pattern, and all that good stuff, it is all good and well only for the population who is ready to provide that amount of data, because those apps are only as good as the data that you feed it. So again, what about this massive population that just don't have the necessary literacy to make the most out of what we term as healthcare 2.0? So I think what we have seen, at least with the pandemic, it has really helped accelerated this path towards healthcare 3.0, where almost both of it is running in parallel now, where we are trying to tackle this by providing an integrated disease management program. So for us within Alluri, we try to treat it as something that needs to be proactive and it needs to be structured. So it's not good enough for me to just exist as an app and hope that people use us. We proactively try to assess people's risk and then provide programs that may help them reduce that risk. Secondly, we also then integrate both mental health and physical health. And that's why one of the kind of core things that we do is we pair every single person up with a psychologist, because ultimately there's this whole aspect of resilience, readiness, and just kind of mental preparedness to take on the challenges of dealing with a disease. And finally, we focus on outcomes versus individual activities. So that's just a bit about kind of my views on where we are moving towards in terms of healthcare.
Brilliant. Thanks, Tiffany. That's absolutely fascinating. And I'm sure we could spend many, many hours talking about the specifics of the data side as well as the consumer client side. But I would really, we have to get on and introduce Nawanan. Nawanan, are you there and ready to speak? Yep, there you are.
Yes, I'm ready.
Brilliant.
All right, let me share the screen. All right. I hope you can see my screen now. I'm glad to be here. And actually, Tiffany already has summarized my points very well. So I'll try to give you guys my perspective quickly. So given my work that involves around digital health more than education and learning, my points will be mostly touching on digital health predominantly. So first, I would say we need to define the digital health, what it is. And I'm sure we have our thoughts in mind. Sometimes we use the term health IT, which is the use of ICT in health and healthcare settings. This is a formal definition from WHO and HRSA from the US. But these days, we use the term digital transformation and digitalization a lot. So what exactly is digital health transformation? And I'm sure these keywords pop up in your mind. To me, we have heard these terms every single day and many times a day, actually these days. It has begun since the beginning of the smart machines, the AIs and smart computers, algorithms, AI algorithms that won over the human when they compete with us in game shows and in other competitions. So about 10 years ago until now, I think we see a rise of advanced technologies and algorithms that really give us hope for the future of healthcare. However, when we talk about AI, when we talk about these technologies, I would like to also ask that if we use these technologies in the wrong way, it might not come up as something that we actually need in healthcare. Like this picture, for example, this is a mockery of the digital technology used in healthcare, and say this is a digital hospital. And is this the digital hospital that we need? Perhaps we need a telemedicine if the doctor and the patient is separated. But again, sometimes we are losing sight of what's really important in healthcare, which is the human. So to understand the technology value in healthcare, I would say you need to look into the heart of healthcare. There's a quote by Professor Dan O'Reilly saying that big data is like teenage sex. Everyone talks about it, but nobody really knows how to do it. And everyone thinks everyone else is doing it. So everyone claims they are doing it. And he tweeted this message in 2013. And in 2018, I said, substitute big data with AI, blockchain, IoT of your choice, and you get the same effect. These technologies seem like teenage sex. We talk about it every day, even though many people don't really quite understand what it is, but they want to get on the bandwagon. The hype of these or an inflated expectation of these is not the same as hope of the value we want from health IT. So we need to be careful of the hype as seen by this Gartner hype cycle. We see many effects, negative effects of technology when we use it and we rely on it too much. One example, one tragic example is the Boeing F737 MAX 8 that led to 2 plane crashes due to the automated sensor that led to automated pilot when the plane have a incorrect or improper position, but it turns out that the sensors were malfunctioned. So the question becomes: are we relying? In healthcare, which also touches on the life of the people, are we using the technology in the right way, or are we relying too much on technology in the wrong way? One key point, I'm sure many of you guys have heard many times already, is digitization doesn't equal to digital transformation or digitalization. We need digital transformation, but that doesn't mean that just converting everything to digital world and that's it. So to really answer the what of digital health, I think we need to understand the why. So why? We don't use AI in healthcare just to have an AI. We don't use IoT, big data, just to say it's smartly. We use it because not for the technology's sake, okay? But for we don't make use of excellent technology, but we make excellent use of whatever technology we need. And so, what do we need? Clinicians actually, if we ask them, they don't care much about AI as much as about the outcomes of their patients, given the resources and the constraints that they have. So to me, I would say when we talk about digital health transformation, while we often think about AI, blockchain, big data, IoT, 5G, and so on, why don't we think about these keywords on this slide? The care, the quality, the safety, the patient-centeredness that we need, the information that the patients, the values that the patients seek. So the answer is already obvious. We should focus on the health and the care of healthcare, which basically sum up to safety, timely care, effective care, patient-centered care, and so on. And these things need information as part of the 6 building blocks of the health system, as part of governance, as part of the service delivery. We also need information, and technology provides tools to help with the information that we need. So once we frame it right, I think we can just, rather than using the bells and whistles of the technologies that were cool, the coolest technologies of the day, but we use it for the right purpose, which is to improve the health, the care, the quality, the efficiency. We all know of the literature in healthcare where to err is human. So we need technologies to help improve, and also we need to change the processes and the systems in healthcare to reduce the errors and improve the quality. And health IT plays a role in that sense. So when we frame it that we need to use AI and things like that in digital health, we should frame it as something to reduce errors, improve quality, access, and patient-centered care, for example, not just using it per se. So the what and the why comes together, where digital health or health IT, the health is the goal, technology is the means or the tools to achieve that goal, where information is the bridge, where we design the technology and we select the right technology to be used to provide value add, which is the information to fix the gap, and then that will help improve the care toward the goal. So for health IT or digital health, I often split it into 3 areas: the clinical IT in the clinical settings, the consumer health IT, or the public health IT, and especially in COVID-19, we see roles of technologies and data systems in the public health area having much value as well. These are some of the examples of technologies in the digital health areas. You see that AIs and things may be behind some of those technologies, but the key is not the AI, the key is the health. The telemedicine is something that I agree with with Tiffany that have some limitations, but there are some other tools that also help improve the integrated care, and integrated is the right keyword, by the way. These are some of the things that are our limitations today. The evidence-based, the maturity of the technology, and silos of the data, and engagement of the patients and providers. For me, when I summarize digital health, like in Thailand, I often say it's intra-hospital IT, which is IT within the hospital, the electronic health records, the telemedicine that the hospital provide, and also some other things. And inter-hospital IT is the health information exchange, where we exchange data across the hospitals for the continuum of care. And extra-hospital IT is when the patients have their own data, and the public health also have the right data for management. I'll skip some of those just for the sake of time.
I think we might need to move on to the panel discussion.
Sure.
Now, Anand.
So let's start now. All right.
Brilliant. I mean, those talks were unbelievable. And Nawanan has also been really kind enough to make his slides available via SlideShare. So there's a lot of work and information on those that is available to have a look at as well. We have got a number of questions and queries coming through. So that's why I thought we probably need to get on to the broader panel discussion. And the first question was actually for Adam, but it's probably very applicable to everybody, but I'll let Adam answer first. And it was from somebody who says, nice Joshua, who's done a lot of open learning platforms through the Sydney School of Entrepreneurship. And he specifically wanted to know what you think the future of digital learning looks like post-COVID-19.
Oh, thanks for that. That's great to hear. And thanks for the question. You know, I guess there's what it might look like, and there's what we hope it looks like, and they're probably two different things. You know, I guess there's two ways it could go. There's obviously been a huge rush to move things online because of the situation that everyone's found themselves in. And I think, you know, everyone did the best they could, but, you know, when it typically takes, let's say, 2 months even, or 3 months or 1 month to build a really high quality online course, and you're given 1 week, there's only so much you can do. And the challenge we have is whether this practice that's been developed in sort of that 1 week or a couple of days gets entrenched, and in the sense that people think that is online and institutions think that is online, and they continue doing that. So that's one direction it could go. The direction we hope it goes is that now people have experienced both, I guess, the rapid or stopgap move towards online learning, and hopefully they've also experienced a higher quality online learning experience. And that higher quality online learning experience is one that we would hope open learning is modeling, where you have much more constructive and collaborative activities and engagement inside a course. It's much more driven by a student's intrinsic motivation rather than external exams or assessments or marks driving someone's behavior. So someone is, you know, really excited about the topic, so they want to learn, rather than you know, being bullied into learning, so to speak. And hopefully that involves a lot of project-based learning, a lot of collaboration, a lot of interaction. And that's how learning happens well face-to-face, you know, but that's also how it should happen online. You just design it a little differently because of the medium. So I guess what we're hoping is that people are now more discerning as to that there are different types of online learning, that not all online learning is the same, and that they actually challenge institutions to say, okay, you know, what kind of online learning experience am I going to get from this institution? Am I going to get, you know, the distance learning effectively, where someone is lecturing through Zoom, or am I going to get a purpose-built online education experience? And I think at the better institutions, we are seeing a big move towards this purpose-built online learning experience. Unfortunately, that's, you know, also very costly and resource intensive. So we are also seeing, you know, a lot of institutions just trying to have a really, I guess, simple baseline, so at least they have something. But there's going to be a lot of divergence, I would say, in the quality of online, just as there has been in the quality of face-to-face.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Adam. And I think you've just described my next 6 months. But anyway, we better get on to some of the other questions. And, you know, I think quality is the big one that's applicable to all of you. But I just want to steer the conversation a little bit, because the other big issue and really core of this conference perhaps is the equity piece, you know, and there was a specific question here. Unfortunately, not everyone has access to online technologies. What actions are being taken to reduce the inequity amongst the marginalised? And maybe we could hear from one of you in healthcare in relation to that as well, because I think that's just, you know, such a topical question at the moment.
Thank you. I'll just make a comment before we go on to that. I mean, as well, to preface that, I think the principles for, say, the use of telecommunication or telehealth consultations, you know, in the spectrum from a phone consultation right through to a virtual consultation, the same principles of actually training the patient and the provider in that concept applies with online education programs. You don't only have to train them in the content, which is separate, but actually train them on the process. And I think, you know, we have a lot of kind of patients that says, oh, I'd rather not have a face-to-face or a video conference, I prefer a phone. And some of it might be practical reasons, like I don't have the equipment to actually do video conferencing properly. You know, so I think there's a whole lot of issues that I think in training people to use the new technologies, use digital education or health or commerce or whatever. You know, I think there's a whole process that's hasn't been addressed at all.
Yeah. Tiffany or Nawanan, would you like to comment?
This is a good question. Definitely. I think on the equity part of it is, well, one in terms of like the use of mobile phone apps, I think that is almost, it could have the potential to serve as a bridge, because I think by and large, like mobile phone penetration is reaching, you know, I think north of 80%. I think last that I checked the stats, so people do have access to it. But then I think, as Professor Thing mentioned earlier as well, I think one of the issue is then whether or not we know how to use technology. And I think this is where I am so glad to be seeing a rise of like all this like UI UX designers who put the user experience at front and center in the entire product development, because there is a way to make it intuitive enough. And as short as that word intuitive is, like making it a reality is really, really hard. But if you were to put yourself in the shoes of somebody who has maybe up to only high school or even primary school education, like what is the most intuitive way for them to use a mobile phone app? And then that will then ensure that the content is as effectively as possible delivered to them.
Yeah, thank you. And I know that in a lot of the platforms that I've been engaged in developing this year, that's been one of the really core things, that we really look at how it looks on a mobile, not just assume that everybody's using a computer. We, like my generation, assume that people are on computers, but they're really not. And globally, there's some good literature around education in less developed countries showing that, particularly for students, if you get it good on a phone, they're good to go. Now, Anand, did you want to comment on that as well?
Yes. So the issue of digital divide in terms of the technology penetration, I think is reduced already compared to the 90s. But as Tiffany has said, the skills of the people are, but I would also say the literacy in terms of information literacy, where how we judge or value and appraise each of the information that we find and use that appropriately and not trusting everything. And I think Thai people, especially, are the ones who are very trusty of information they find online anywhere. So I think we are moving from the equity in terms of the access to technology into equity in terms of the knowledge, skills, attitudes of the people already. I think that's the most important thing moving forward.
Yeah. I would just add one thing actually. So just by way of comparison, so on Open Learning, in Australia, about 90% of the students use a laptop or desktop to take courses through Open Learning. In Malaysia, it's about sort of 70%. And in Indonesia, it's only about like 20 to 30%.
Yeah.
So most people are using mobile
Yeah.
in a lot of areas. And I think the other thing that we would also think about, because when we first entered Malaysia, there was a big push from the Ministry of Education, Higher Education, to increase connectivity and access to the internet across all the public institutions. And that was quite, that made quite a big impact. But the thing that I always think about is, you know, if you look at the physical education system, all the campuses, what percentage of people actually are within a few kilometers of a campus? Not that many, but there are far more people within a few kilometers of an internet device or an internet cafe or, you know, library. So we have a lot of ways of connecting people, and it is improving, I think.
Yeah, thanks so much. And I mean, Ting really framed COVID as a challenge this year. I must say, from my perspective, I found it as a stimulator in terms of equity, even for our students in Australia. We have a lot of rural students, and they have traditionally felt left out of the room, and the digitisation that we've gone to this year has brought them into the room, so they don't feel left out, they feel included. So it's just as you say, because Australia's a big country, you know, that's why telehealth has helped a lot of people as well, because suddenly things are so much more efficient. But I better get onto this. Look, there's a question here that might be most geared towards Nawanan, although it goes to some bigger questions as well. And it's from a Brit living in Thailand who wonders how it's very specific, wonders how online technology can stop the epidemic of alcohol drinking that causes over 95% of road accidents at Songkran, Nawanan. But I suppose that goes to the bigger issue of lifestyle related disease and things like that. How can we prevent that with what we're doing?
A very great question. I would say that we don't start with the technology. We start with the problem, and in this case, it's lifestyles and the behaviors. So we need to think like humans, not like machines. What makes us drink alcohol? What makes us drink alcohol and drive? And if you do that, you either it's awareness or it's enforcement or whether it's empowerment or something. We can design tools and also push information at the right time with the right message. Sometimes we need empowering people. Sometimes we really need to remind or alert people. Or sometimes it's something else like providing the information to the enforcement, the law enforcement, something like that. So I think we need to touch on the behavioral science aspect of that in order to fix this, no matter it's road accidents or whether it's in cities in general.
Yeah, great answer. And I'll move on to some of the other questions because there's some really this is a really interesting one that's most around education, but I think a lot of our audience may be suffering exactly what this person's describing, that says, does the delivery process in online learning really matter? What do you think about some kind of people feeling unmotivated learning virtually? How to stick the vibe up and keep the passion in learning? Because I know that's what my students are telling me as well.
Yeah, so I can probably start off on that one. So I think there's two elements to it. I mean, one is that, you know, there's a lot of value in face-to-face experiences. So it will be nice to have some of those again. The second element is that the student's motivation in the course and the level of engagement, in our view, is heavily dependent on a few factors. But the two key ones for a well-designed course are actually the learning design, the activities in the course. And I think there's a tendency historically in education that when you're not motivated, when you have trouble learning something, that it's your fault. And this is not actually always the case. You know, yes, our personal situation impacts it significantly, but the design of the course can actually influence how motivated you are and how excited you are and how engaged you are. So in the learning design process for an online course, what you typically look at is implementing a range of activities that drive community interaction and encourage you to think differently and to come up with different ideas and to different challenges. So we consider that, you know, not just a constructive experience, but a divergent experience. Everyone has different experiences. So in short,
it's our fault.
Yeah,
it's the educators.
It's both. But I think the learning design plays a huge role. And the second element is the facilitation of the course. So, you know, when you're facilitating an online course, if it's designed in this style, you're more like a community manager or, a guide by the side rather than, the font of all knowledge, so to speak. So there's a lot of things that have to come together, I think, for a great course.
Yeah, great answer. And now there's a very specific one for Ting as well that the rest of you may also want to chip in with from your experiences. How about artificial intelligence, worthwhile application through medical and pharmaceutical approaches if we talk about digital health? So I think somebody's really just specifically asking about, where does that fit at the moment? And I know the others will probably have some thoughts as well.
I guess you mentioned my name, so I guess I can start.
You have to.
I think it is partly hype, but I think artificial intelligence has been a term that's been used for the last 20, 30 years. All right. So, and a very specific meaning. And I think Naonan's quote about, there's a lot of people using the term without really knowing without really specifying what it means. They probably know what it means, but, but they don't really specify it. So, but I think artificial intelligence is basically got to do with data, information, and kind of the spectrum between data, knowledge, and information and knowledge. And I guess to really implement it, and it goes to the questions about drug and alcohol, drunk driving, and design of design of tools to effect behavior change, but much like what Tiffany and Adam was talking about. It requires a comprehensive bio-psycho-social technical approach, and all the way like stopping somebody with the end goal of stopping somebody from driving a car while under the influence so that they don't kill people. You require all the way from kind of bio-psycho-social, right, to technical where you stop them from getting in the car, automatic breath testing and so on. But I think the approach requires a comprehensive, a systematic kind of a framework. Like we talk about the current term in the last few years has been about digital or informatics maturity, and some of the dimensions. And at the level of society, the dimensions include the ICT, the information and infrastructure. It looks at the tools that are available, well-validated tools, and it looks like at the facilitators of adoption. All right, and it looks at capacity building, and so on, and sort of like societal and regulation company. So we need all that to be to be able to kind of make sensible use of digitalization, or what Navanan calls digitalization, or digital transformation as a tool, right? Because that's what it really is. We need that comprehensive approach, and even simple things like health coach, relatively, I don't mean to belittle it, relatively simple things like health coaching and so on, requires kind of both incentives and so on, and as well as carrots and sticks. So, it is essentially looking at theories of behavior, as well as kind of organizational theory, and obviously, the social theories.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, it's just such a complex area, isn't it? Look, we've probably only got time for one question, but there's a couple. So I apologize to anybody whose question we're not getting to today, but I think this one is just so important. And it says, during this pandemic, people might get mental health issue due to unstoppable online learning. What are we supposed to do to overcome? And the second part is, if we don't like to share our wellness issue easily. So, this is just something not just for our students, but for everybody. And, what suggestions do you guys have? Tiffany, I think you could go first. I think you've got some built-in stuff.
Yeah, I think, because also today is Global Mental Health Day. And I think what I always try to remind people is that mental health is something that is on a continuum. Like every single one of us has mental health, but some days it's good and some days it's bad, but it's only when it's like consistently bad for like more than 2 weeks. And that's when you should really consider reaching out for professional help. Now, in terms of kind of mental health issues becoming more and more prevalent, especially with like the lockdown situation and all like the job uncertainties, like life uncertainties, right? And having to adapt with like new ways of working, new ways of communication, it has definitely increased like the toll on our lives, right? Like work-life balance is now completely blurred. And even within the Luri, we have seen a spike in the number of people who are depressed, anxious, or just extremely, extremely stressed. But I think what is worthwhile thinking about, and I think with a lot of these digital health platforms, is that you need not reach a point where you are so overwhelmed before you reach out for help. Even sometimes the smallest conversation can help you relieve some of the stress that you're feeling. And I think one tip that we always share, and I have personally learned from at the start of the kind of lockdown period where everything was moving to virtual, is how do you continue to have effective communications online? Because that is the single biggest stressor that is impacting people. How do I still communicate effectively with my students, with my teachers, with my co-workers? And a really good place to learn is actually to learn from the deaf. Because if you look at how the deaf population communicates with each other, they have to look at the person that they are speaking to. They have to be completely present in the moment. Because if I were to look away, I would have missed whatever that you were saying. And I think just simply trying to be more present and trying to minimize the distractions around you is already something that would alleviate a lot of the stress and like growing mental health issues that people may be facing.
Tiffany, that's a brilliant, easy tip, I think, for students. And look, we really have to wrap up now. And so if anybody else is suffering that same problem, all I can do is really encourage you. If you are UNSW students, there are a lot of resources totally free for you. Don't be shy, reach out. It's all confidential. There's a lot of online stuff, so you don't even need to leave your home if you don't feel comfortable. Black Dog Institute has a lot of COVID specific, loneliness type stuff. So please, now is the time. And as Tiffany said, we all have highs and lows pretty much every day, every part of every day. And it really is if those lows are dominating, what you're going through each day, So please don't, even if it's not easy, do it. We're going to have to conclude now. Does anybody else have anything that they'd like to say before we do?
Just one.
Tang?
Co-creation.
Co-creation.
That's
yes.
What's been underlying what Tiffany, Adam, and Naunan and I have been saying.
Yeah, I think that's, and I've been advocating for that in academia now. Our construction of educational deliverables is not academics, and it isn't just academics and professional staff. It is academics, professional staff, designers, coders. It has to be the whole co-creative team, doesn't it?
And the students.
Whatever we're doing. So with that, I want to thank our panelists for an incredibly rich and relevant discussion. I think we've obviously got the most relevant section of the day. But for those of you who are coming back after a short break, there's a panel session on human rights, diversity and equal opportunities in ASEAN at 4 p.m. Sydney time. And thank you, panelists, and thank you everybody else for attending.
Thank you very much as well. All the best.
Thanks so much.
And lovely to meet you all.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the University of New South Wales ASEAN Conference 2020. My name is Iwan Wibisono, and I will be the commentator today. Session of on human rights, diversity, and equal opportunities. And today we're going to have 3 panelists. Firstly, I would like to introduce you Mrs. Dia Saminarsi. She's a senior advisor on gender and youth to the Director General of the World Health Organization, WHO, and a professional psychologist. In 2010, she joined the Special Envoy on Millennium Development Goals. Since then, she has a major breakout in bringing forth the concept of open government and youth-led development. Ms. Dia frequently advocates for women issues in Indonesia and the importance of protecting women's health. Secondly, we have Mr. Jason Wee. Mr. Jason Wee is the co-founder of Architect of Diversity. It's a non-profit organization for initiative aiming to bridge communities and identity group among Malaysian youth. And thirdly, we have Mrs. Zanuba Harifa Hafsa, or is better known as Miss Yani Wahid. So Ms. Wahid is the director of the Wahid Institute, an Islamic research center founded by her father, Abdurrahman Wahid, or better known as Gus Dur, a former president of Indonesia. Previously, she's a journalist of various newspaper, including Sydney Morning Herald. So today's discussion will be divided into a statement from each panelist and then followed by the panel's discussion. At the end will be a question and answer from the audience. So firstly, Ms. Dia, over to you.
Thank you, Pak Iwan. Good good afternoon to fellow speakers, and good day to everyone joining in from different parts of the world. I would like to share a bit of context in diversity, especially including young people, since I assume everyone attending this conference mostly are young, or at least youth adjacent. That's what we coined the term over last week about the not so young but young at hearts. And I think it's part of inclusion and also diversity. Of course, if we talk about diversity, then it includes the most vulnerable, and also I think that includes also people of senior age. If you can see my screen now, Pak Iwan, can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, I can see clearly. Yep.
Okay. Okay. So I would talk briefly about the power of young people, which is now I think 60%, more than 60% of the world's population are under 30 years of age. And this is really a very strong power. When I say power, it's quantity as well as quality of young people going in this world. However, we are now living in a pandemic, and that presents a very huge external shock to the world. And I would like to say that perhaps one of the most population group most affected by this pandemic are young people, especially young people going in to the professional time in their career, graduating from higher education, also younger people or adolescents being troubled. Their schooling is halted by the pandemic, and this presents a lot of problem and challenges for young people and adolescents starting from the age of 10 up to the young professional age. This is, I think, really a serious global problem, and it presents in itself a pandemic of its own. If we try to see what are the impact of the pandemic in health, of course, are huge, and we are living in the impact right now, and we will still experience the pandemic impact after all the initial shock of the pandemic is over later on. However, there is this data from the UN Women that we seen in reports in newspapers and many scientific journals and papers that a pandemic also presents another pandemic. The COVID pandemic presents another pandemic, which is the violence against women and girls, and other types of domestic violence, and exacerbates discriminations. If we try to quantify that into the US dollar, it translates into 1.5 trillion US dollars. So this is a data from early on in the pandemic, and I'm sure it will progress or increase as we progress also in our in the months of this pandemic, which might not be shorter than 2 years. We all know the SDGs, where youth has a very central role in the SDGs. This, in particular, the young professionals going into professional world, and it will hamper many items, many goals and targets in the SDGs. For example, access to food, inequities in education, gender equalities, inequities in labor conditions, in housing and living conditions. It might tear down the safety nets and other social protective measures that any countries might have at this moment. It is already disturbed the humanitarian settings, refugees and migrants. Refugees in particular are those who are stateless and they are living in a very poor living conditions. Migrants who cannot go back to their countries, and most of them are women of younger age, and that is also a very difficult problem to address. And then government spending, obviously one, especially in the social sectors, and then the question will be how we can build back better. How do we take this opportunity of the, well, perhaps that's not a very good term, an opportunity, but there is the positive side of the pandemic, which now is presented to us. We can build back better. And how do we include a greener, more inclusive and more equitable living condition, and revisit the SDG framework to do it. If we go back to the human rights-based approach, in particular in health, then we talk there about the non-discrimination, participation, and accountability principles. And all health interventions and processes have to be progressive towards the realization of the rights to the highest attainable standard of health for all. I think now various governments have shown that with the pandemic, they are trying to do this and apply the human rights-based approach to tackle the pandemic, because otherwise the pandemic cannot be handled properly if any government overlook the importance of a human rights-based approach to health. And now going back to the young people, there are the modalities that you have, young people, to build back better and stronger, which is solidarity, inclusiveness, appreciation towards each other's works, and constructive in time of crisis. Dr. Tedros, the WHO Director General, always talk about the principles of solidarity, togetherness, and collaboration, and also leadership as the important key important principles for the world to be able to build back better. And I think if not all, then most of those key principles are owned by the youth. Now, going back to what can young people do to be here, to build back better, I think you are doing this. You listen to best practices, you are daring and innovative, you can choose your entry points with, if I may remind you again, with the principles of human rights, you can choose your entry point according to your passion. You have ideas and you enhance your knowledge through reading extensively and researching. And then, of course, like what we do here, this is to build and expand the networks. This is just an example of what the WHO is doing. Right now, WHO is, I'm leading the effort towards building a WHO Youth Council, where it will invite participation of young people across the globe to give input, not only advice, but also be part of the, from the conceptual discussion until the action and implementation of WHO in various departments. This Youth Council will support and provide support to the Director General through my office, and it will come soon. Hopefully by end of this month or early next month, the announcement of this Youth Council will be put forward in WHO website, corporate website, and we look forward to welcome everyone, every young people across the globe to be part of this global initiative by WHO to build back better. But of course, don't forget that it is very important to conduct dialogues and also to initiate action on the ground from where you are, because the challenges in development are happening right in front of your eyes, and we need youth leadership to lead us and lead the world to go to be able to build back better and stronger. Thank you. I think that's in a nutshell as the context, and look forward to the question and answer.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Dia. It's very brief but informative. Now, for Jason, it's over to you.
Thank you, and afternoon to everyone. I guess today we're talking about diversity and human rights. And then diversity is a very broad word. In my line of work, we work very closely with secondary school students, so teenagers around the age of 14 to 17, where we primarily work on attitudinal and behavioral change, so specifically about group-based discrimination. And I think 2 points I want to raise today to kind of frame our discussion. I guess when we're talking about human rights, we're talking about how groups are effectively treating other groups and how that translates up in policy. In our work, we work very closely on the ground where we want to change prejudices held by the public. And so the first thing I think I want to mention today is that changes at the top are very constrained by attitudes held by the masses at the bottom. So I would characterize this in one way, right? Well, changes that are resisted by elites. So we're talking about people in policy-making spheres, the ones that are holding power, that are often characterized by corruption and democratic freedom. I think we could best think about that as kind of this vertical struggle between masses. However, when we're talking about items like prejudice, discrimination, or identity-based inequality, this is largely more characterized by resistance between groups. So a more horizontal form of populism that is happening day to day, and definitely around different nations around the world. For example, when in the Malaysia experience, when the new Pakatan Harapan government came to power in 2018, they rode largely on the anti-corruption wave, building mass support against the previous allegations for corruption against government. But at the same time, they also struggled heavily with broad fear that this government would erode existing racial hierarchies within the country. So what really happens is that there is very existing fear where it opens up vulnerabilities for parties to capture and use this fear between different groups, where another group is attributed for blame and possibly a threat to one's in-group's interests. And we see this happening all over the world, right? Where individuals previously inconceivable as political leaders are riding this wave to become champions of discriminatory policy that we see today. I think I want to frame today's discussion around also the question about how do we build resilience towards what we know as the race card and the likes, right? So when we fan group-based identity discrimination in order to pit groups against each other. So even during tough times of economic scarcity, we don't attribute blame towards minority communities or populations that feel the need to exclude to guard a sense of well-being, right? So for example, in the recent COVID wave, what happened in Malaysia, for example, was that the immigrant communities were largely blamed, although they only contributed, only 20% of cases in the country. In my opinion, that resilience where we need to resist against this race card comes from a shift in moral concerns and self-identity in the public, right? In my work with secondary school students, between the ages of 14, 17, intervening at these moments of identity formation is so crucial. And we understand this because if we don't intervene in those moments, they often lack a source that provides a sufficient narrative or force for egalitarian moral reasoning. Yet, at the same time, these forces are really difficult to create, as we know, right? All across Southeast Asia, we see media crackdowns, we see fear, and especially small numbers of people who are working on the ground for this. While we see many liberalizing forces today, that have benefited from greater access to media, that have propagated values of egalitarianism, that have propagated values of inclusion, often Western ones, but creation at the local level, the local context and vernacular is very, very, very difficult. Even in my work, when we run workshops, we run camps with secondary school students, we have to tiptoe around, issues that are so and so sensitive, whether how much you want to rock the boat in relation to the existing racial hierarchy. So the chilling effect is very real, right? So it's very difficult to propagate that discourse on the ground. And so I will say that how do we want to forward this building this resilience against the race card largely has to do with a legal and social environment that's conducive to disruption and dissent, right? And so the fight for marginalized communities and racial parity is very, very, very intertwined with freedom of speech and how countries allow different opinions to be expressed in the public sphere. The second thing I want to say, and this also largely relates back to Mrs. Diaz's point, is that structural changes are very important. But at the same time, structural changes are very, very difficult to achieve in times of scarcity and threat, right? Where racial identity-based threat is ever present. We know that the race card can be fanned, but it's also amplified by economic anxiety, especially within the COVID wave, right? And these forces largely come into play because we have segregation where communities don't have the opportunity to interact with one another, or even when they do, they don't have positive contact that can create the positive changes that we want to reconcile fundamental conflicts. So for example, emphasis on peace alone without addressing structural inequities within a community doesn't really address the moral beliefs held by the public about inequality that uphold existing hierarchies today. So these structural issues that we're talking about are largely intertwined with economic and racial threat. So one question is, how do we address these structural changes? Because we still don't know much about it. There's a lack of research in the Southeast Asian context where our nations are facing such different challenges as it is. There's a great need for experimentation to how do we build these cohesive societies, because those platforms are not really experimented with yet. The other thing, and perhaps more important, is that when do we want to address these structural changes is equally important. Because trying to do these changes in times of crisis, such as during this COVID wave, where threat is at its highest, wherein governments don't have the incentive to play on exclusionary narratives, is very difficult. I think when we are not in focus about discrimination, that's where the moment that's most important to push for these efforts to address structural changes where threat is not high. And I think that's about all I have for introduction, and looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, thanks, Jason. I think your brief statement is quite representing the condition of the Southeast Asian nations. I know there's a breaking through the the established value is quite challenging. Now, to Mrs. Wahed, is over to you. You still mute, Mbak Jenny?
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
There you are. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ibu Dia, and then Jason as well for your presentations. And I think I'm just gonna follow up on what both have discussed, but probably pinpointing more on the issues that I'm more familiar with, which is the human rights conditions in Indonesia. And of course, we all agree, like what Jason said, that human rights is fundamental rights that should be guaranteed to all human beings, regardless of race, ethnicity, religions, nationality, sex, and also culture. But however, due to various factors such as political structures or cultural makeups, as well as economic constraints, we're still seeing challenges when it comes to fulfilling the human rights of many people in the world. And in the Asian context, of course, we're seeing this challenge quite big time, despite the fact that Asian countries as a group has tried to address the issues by establishing a human rights body, the Asian Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights back in 2009, which is this is supposed to be a human rights mechanism to address all the grievances about human rights violations that happens in all the nations in ASEAN. But unfortunately, due to the, again, the structures, of the political structures of the Asian countries, and due to the unspoken terms agreed upon by all of the Asian countries, agreed upon by the member countries, which is the policy of consensus as well as non-interference policies, then these bodies somewhat remain just fulfilling a rhetorical role, and it's just a formal body that doesn't really do anything substantial apart from convening, every few times in a year. But more than that, we are not seeing yet any substantive efforts that's being done by this body. So we're still seeing cases of human rights violations happening in Southeast Asian countries. We're still seeing, for example, Human Rights Watch tabulated all of these cases that happens in Philippines, for example, with the President Duterte's war on drugs, for example, or the violence that happened in Rakhine State, the Rohingya minority group killing, or even the violence that happens in West Papua in Indonesia. So we're still seeing all of that. So we still have a big issues that we need to address in all of the Asian countries. But I'd like to again use the case of Indonesia, maybe just to narrow down on the issue of, that Indonesia is facing, to use as a more of a reflective board to see if there's any similarities that happening in other parts of the world, especially in Asian countries. So I'd like to show you the cases that happens in Indonesia, and in particular, one point about the threat of extremism that really threatens the diversity in Indonesia. So we had we did a survey back a couple of years ago on trying to portray the attitude of people in Indonesia with regards to radicalization, the potential to radicalization. So we asked them questions, and we tried to summarize the answers to see their willingness to radicalize, or whether the segments in the society that have been radicalized. And the numbers is actually quite, for us, is quite worrying, because we found that 0.3% or 0.4% of the people surveyed had met the conditions or had met the criteria of being radicalized. And we also asked them about the willingness to be to engage in radical acts in the future if there's an opportunity for that. And unfortunately, about 7.8% of the people surveyed said that yes, they're willing to do that. So if you project that based on the populations of 150 million of people that we use as a benchmark, then you've got a quite large number of people willing to engage in radical acts in the future if the situation permits. And so this is something that we are very concerned about, and we're seeing this not just in Indonesia, but also in other parts of Asian countries, such as in the Philippines, in Marawi Islands, or in the southern Thailand as well. So, but in the context of Indonesia, we've got also the largest increases in deaths from terrorism, about number 6 for Indonesia. This is according to the Global Terrorism Index. So it's quite high. So, but not all is bad, because 77%, more than 77% of the populations actually are downright not willing to radicalize, meaning that they think that radicalism is bad and it's threatening for the cohesion of the country, and they haven't engaged in any radical acts, which is, this is 77% is a great base for any nations to build upon policies as a buffer, and like what Jason said, as a way to build resilience in the society to tackle this threat. What is interesting is that if you look at the landscape of human rights violations in the past, we're seeing more of state actors that carried out the atrocities. But interestingly, now we're starting to tabulate more of the actions carried out by the non-state actors as well. So to see how the landscape falls into. And it's quite interesting because the non-state actors are actually also very active in carrying out all the actions, and this, of course, has an implication on what sort of policies that needs to be put up to address these issues. Before, for human rights activists, it's much easier to pinpoint the problems when it's the government who did the violations. But when it comes to non-state actors, the picture gets murkier, because then it involves so many different factors. You need to engage the government, you need to engage other non-state actors as well to create a buffer, again, to create resilience in the society. So, again, the portrayal, the pictures, right? The pictures of the intolerance in Indonesia is quite worrying for us, because the Interreligious Harmony Index shows that it's higher now. And then the Muslim rejection of non-Muslim elected leaders. This is what we asked the survey, one of the survey's questions that we asked. At the moment, 64.8% of the people surveyed said that they're not willing to have non-Muslim leaders. So this is against the majority groups. So non-majority groups, minority groups are still enjoying less rights in Indonesian context. They're still not being given equal rights and equal opportunities to fulfill their potentials, as well as intolerance is also increasing. Sometimes there is a misunderstanding when it comes to intolerance and radicalism. People tend to put both of these in the same basket together, when it's a very different indicators what we use to measure intolerance and radicalism. Radicalism, we try to measure that by, for example, by actions. So, for example, the acts of staging demonstrations against people that are deemed to violate religious laws, for example, or another indicator is whether they have engaged in actions that to ransack places of religious places of what do you call it? Worships. Yes, places of worships. Or whether they have donated to radical groups. Those are the questions that we ask to measure the index of radicalism. But intolerance is quite different basket, because what we use as an index, as a measurement, is for example, on whether someone is willing to give the rights for the people that they dislike to run for public office, or for teaching in public schools, or even to hold a rally, or to have to give a speech in public settings. Those are different indicators that we use to measure the level of radicalism and level of intolerance. So I'm just going to skip some of them. But it's also good news when it comes to Indonesia, because we've got a confidence in Pancasila, our state ideology, which is, again, this is like the biggest buffer. This is the biggest factor that could promote more resilience, because there is a direct correlation between confidence in our state ideology and radicalism. If you support Pancasila, you are less likely to be radicalized. So for us, this is a great news, because 84%, almost 85% of men and 79% of women actually still supporting Pancasila. Okay, so what needs to be done in the future? What we need to do is to empower more minority groups, including women, of course, like what Ibudia said, the economic impact on leaving women behind is so dire that we need to address this. We need to really use this as one of the pillars to enhance the society's capabilities to withstand any kinds of issues. We also need to empower the youth and vulnerable groups. We need to foster the CSO's roles and also their capacity in advocating and implementing all the inclusive values and practices. We also need to strengthen policies and public awareness about equality and citizenship. In short, we need to create a more inclusive and resilient society. So I think I still have a few more slides, but I think I'll just close it with that so that we can go straight to the discussions. Thank you very much, Pak Iwan.
Okay. Thank you, Mbak Yeni. It's quite interesting presentation. Before we going taking some question from the audience, I would like to lead some discussion. Firstly, I would like to come to you, Jason. I understand that part of your role in your organization that you are advocating racial inclusion in Malaysia education system. It must be very, very challenging because I understand that the affirmative policy of Bumiputra and non-Bumiputra still in place in Malaysia. Could you please tell us with your experience?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think in my work, in my head, I characterize it into, diversity inclusion is very broad, right? So the Bumiputra, non-Bumiputra exclusion, that's kind of one aspect, right? And it gets tricky because the racial hierarchy isn't very clear, right? And I think that can apply for many countries in Asia, right? Compared to the narrative of race that we've had from the US, which is largely dominating on like conception of what race is, hierarchies are not clear. So for example, the Malay populations, they are politically dominant, but Chinese populations may be dominant in some industries. So whether that affirmative action can be justified, that's a separate question.
Yeah.
But the bigger pressing question is about, we have vernacular schools. Yeah. So where our education system is extremely fragmented according to language. And that really poses a challenge, for example, in inclusion, right? And diversity, because people are not interacting with one another. How we've been going about it is that we've been implementing stopgap measures. So having interventions where we organize, workshops and camps. And, the government itself, since 2004 have pioneered, a mass intervention-based approach using our national service as a platform for social cohesion.
So is there any like political movement from part of the Malaysians to diminish this division?
In terms of, this Bumiputra and non-Bumiputra, I would say those are one of the taboos. Okay. I don't think anyone is, sufficiently touching that. And for reasons that, as I, mentioned earlier, these are mass public opinion issues. So how do you implicate those moral values first? I think that's the question.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to go to Ms. Dia. Ms. Dia, like at these days of this pandemic, I understand that, people more tend to work from home and studying, and the children studying from home as well. Well, the view of women, I believe, like generally in Southeast Asian countries, they still keep the traditional view of women that still a subordinate of a man. So it make like how do you say, make the job for a woman in the household is make it more harder and tend to be increase the number of the domestic violence, as you mentioned in your presentation. Could you tell us, generally in the Southeast Asian nations, especially with Indonesian, how do you find the general view of gender equality problem? Is it still remain the same, still challenging, or is there any changing recently?
Okay, so I think gender equality movement, as a global movement, it goes up and down like waves, and it has made few progress, and then it retreats, and then it makes progress again. And now I think with the Me Too movement picking up, what we talk about in the Beijing Platform for Action, in the Conference on the Status of Women, as the conference has picked up another momentum. And then in the world we live in today, the violence against women, young women, and including in that, has also gained attention. And I think not only attention, but concern around the world. And in most regions are worse than others, but generally it's bad. It's really a shadow pandemic that's happening around the world, and especially in parts of the world where prior to the pandemic, women have lesser status than men already. So their role as caregiver are 100%, while men are outside. So the traditional perspective and point of view of how women are affects how they are experiencing the pandemic today. So for example, in countries like Indonesia, Pakistan, India, most of the countries in the Eastern Mediterranean region included also, women, the talk about gender or gender equality or inequity in the society is not entertained at all.
Okay.
And with the pandemic, that puts women at high risk of violence, and it's happening in other parts as well.
Okay, Ms. Dia, if I can ask you specifically the case in Indonesia, that recently we have this commission called Komnas Perempuan. I don't know how to say in English. I think it's a commission of gender equality. How do you find how do you find the role of this commission in promoting gender equality in Indonesia?
Okay, so from what I know and what I learned about the work of this Komnas Perempuan, I think they have been very active they have gender working groups, if I'm not mistaken, and they are active in times of disaster. Usually any kind of disaster, natural disaster, also impacts women heavily more than men. And this Komnas Perempuan and their gender working group, from what I learned so far, is working quite actively to promote gender equality and of course other, not only Komnas Perempuan, Pak Iwan, but of course other civil society organizations that are very active in facilitating and giving protection and I think accompanying women with who suffer from domestic violence today in the pandemic.
Thank you, Ms. Dia. I want to go to Ms. Jenny. Mbak Jenny, as in your presentation, you present about radicalization and terrorism as well. This is my personal opinion that these days the global issue is more about the trade war between China and America, and we have this sudden pandemic issue. It's been stopped the world from moving economically. So do you think that will affect with the how to say with this terrorism issue? Would pandemic will make it worse or make it better?
Yeah, that's the problem, Mas Iwan, because the world's attention is being kept on economic issues, and also the issue of the notion of trying to survive, especially during the pandemic. So it's the health issues and the economic dimensions of the problems in the society becomes the first priority. And the problem is that then it takes away the attention from all these other pressing issues, which is one of them, of course, is these issues of intolerance and radicalism, which is still happening despite the pandemic. But because the world's attention is not on that, not on these other issues, which is still important, terrorism, women empowerment, those are the building blocks of a safe society. So it needs to be addressed. If there's any problem regarding those issues, it needs to be addressed. But because we are in a survival mode, then everything needs to be pushed aside. So we have to just survive at this point.
Okay. While we're waiting for the the election in US, what is the result? Since Donald Trump, in administration, the conservatism is rising.
Yeah.
So would that be affecting if Donald Trump is elected again for the next 4 years in the issue of intolerism and could you please elaborate?
Well, Donald Trump's election will be affecting the level of intolerance of tolerance or intolerance in the society, and not just in the United States, but also in the world, because Donald Trump's political platforms is based on political division, on division of the society. So he's using the issue of racial cuts as well as religious issues, creating an enemy for him to appear as a hero that would save the American society. Muslims being one of the targets, of course, in the political rhetoric that he built in the last elections. So that, for me, that is quite dangerous, because then again, it shows divisions in the society. It creates separations, and it creates distrust. It creates prejudices as well. So it also, if he gets reelected, I think one of the effect is that he's going to embolden other leaders who might use similar platforms to rerun or even to the way they govern their societies, with post-truth, tendency to dispense more baseless facts, for example, and just to take iron fists in dealing with situations. In fact, using even military approaches to deal with quell demonstrations and stuff. So for me, that's a big issue. But again, this is democracy, so it's up to the American people who they want to vote for. It's just that we need to be aware of the impact that the election of the America will have on the world.
Yes. Unfortunately, will also affect in our region of the South Asian nations. Now, I would like to take some questions from the audience. Firstly, a question from Jonathan from Malaysia. Currently, Jonathan is doing postgraduate studies in Japan, and the question is, what are the concrete steps that can be done at secondary school level to minimize racial discrimination? I think this question for Jason. Over to you, Jason.
Yeah, great. Thanks for the question. I'll say two things. First, it needs to be about inclusion within curriculum. So when I say inclusion, it means about ensuring that there are diverse characters within this national schema, within this national identity we're creating. And it doesn't only just need to be inclusive, it also needs to be equitable. So for example, in the Malaysian textbook right now, you do have mentions of minority leaders, but this sense of ownership of the country belonging to a singular community, that's very dangerous. And I would say intervening there at the curriculum level is perhaps the most important thing. Second thing I think is just simply about contact, right? I think contact has been proven an effective strategy, especially in education, and how, even though there are structural issues that are difficult to address, how do you build those bridges between those streams? There used to be great government programs for that, but unfortunately defunded. And so there needs to be an incentive, even from the top, to create those bridges, because it's very, very difficult to build it from the bottom.
Okay, thank you. The next question I would like to take from audience is based on Johan Galtung's concept of violence. Do you think radicalism and extremism threat in Indonesia come from structural and cultural violence? If yes, can you please explore more about that? I think this is for more Mbak Yeni.
There are many factors that led to radicalism and intolerance in Indonesia, especially the violence. Of course, the one tendency in our cultural makeup is that we tend to we have a sense of solidarity, but sometimes it's misplaced and then sort of expressed in a violent way, which is called ngamuk in Indonesia. So it's the English term is ran amok. So it's sometimes people the structural issues, yes, when people are not given a mechanism to what do you call it, to talk about their emotions, to air their grievances, to deal with all their frustrations that they have. If there's no mechanism that would allow for a healthy exchanges of dialogues, for citizens to be heard, then yes, they would tend to take their frustrations out to other people in the societies. So political structures also, not the structures itself, but more of the quality of governance is the issue, the biggest issue.
Oh, I
yeah.
see. Okay. I think I got a question for Ms. Dia. The question is, the diversity should not just be understood for racial and gender diversities, but also for people with certain disease. For example, it's HIV or AIDS or any other disabilities. The question is how to tackle equal access for them. So could you please elaborate like how far like most government in the Southeast Asian countries to tackle this issue?
Well, as Jason rightly pointed out, talking about diversity is a very wide and very in-depth, requires a very in-depth discussion. The point that was pointed out in the question about disease-based exclusion is what we experience today, similar to what we experience today in COVID.
Yep.
And 30 years ago, we experienced the same thing with HIV and AIDS. Most of the discrimination comes from not knowing, from so many different contradicting information about a particular disease that has not yet been established through evidence, because in health and in medical science, then you require evidence to being able to establish a certain criteria of a certain illness, and it takes time. While we are from the scientific aspect determine the breadth and the depth of a certain disease, then the society needs to withstand stigmatized situation, and in particular those who are infected with the virus. In most Southeast Asian countries, I think I cannot generalize in most Southeast Asian countries, because other countries in Southeast Asia, like for example, the two of countries being applauded by the Director General of WHO is Vietnam and Thailand. And I think that applause and appreciation comes from not only being able to drive down the numbers, but also being able to address the social implications, such as the stigma that is being borne by the society. So I think in other Southeast Asian countries, perhaps it's more challenging, like for example, Indonesia, because it has a very heterogenistic population. And it's, a large number, very heterogenistic societies as well. And it takes more effort from the government as well as from other stakeholders in development to address the stigma and to be able to set the facts straight and to provide a concrete, correct, and evidence-based information to the public. And that will, of course, help address the stigma.
Okay, Ms. Tia, let me ask you. Thank you. Let me ask you another question. I'm a bit curious, based on your professional background as a psychologist, and you're also a part of the WHO, the World Organization for Health. What is the WHO attitude toward the LGBTQ, and how do you think that will be implemented to the most Southeast Asian countries are a very religious society, and also I think that will be challenging. Could you please elaborate?
Yes, the WHO position on LGBTQ is the same as it is pro-health. So we live by the WHO Charter, which specifically mention inclusion, non-discriminatory, and participative dynamics of everyone, and it's pro-health. So everything and anything, no matter what the population orientation or any construct the society presents us, we embrace, and we treat them equally. We include everyone without discrimination and prejudice. That's the WHO position.
Okay, and would you think that we implementable in Southeast Asian nations?
I still really have so many homeworks to finish and long ways to go still, Taiwan.
Okay, thank you. And now I back to Jason. Jason, let me ask you. Let me. I would like to touch on the migration worker. I think Singapore and Malaysia is two countries that have most migration worker numbers among the Southeast Asian countries. During the pandemic, I understand from the news like many migrant workers in Singapore and also in Malaysia, they suffer because they don't get what is it called support from the government, while the jobs and job availability are very decreasing. Could you please explore?
Yeah, I would say the plight of migrant workers, both documented and undocumented, is probably the most tragic thing, especially for Malaysia and Singapore. One thing, because they invoke this kind of vertical threat, right, where people feel that they are the reason unemployment is rife. At the same time, there's some horizontal blame going on where they are the reason viruses are coming in. So it's really part about this psychological mechanism where you're attributing blame to them about negative occurrences. I think the Malaysian government especially is using the immigrant undocumented populations as a scapegoat, right? Especially saying because the government itself is very insecure in its own power right now. So it needs to kind of create this oppositional dynamic saying, we will protect you against an outgroup. And so that's really what is going on. How do you want to address that? It's one thing, it's definitely for sure just inclusion, but also this is a question about capitalistic structures that exist that allow for this inhumane conditions to exist to begin with, right? So you have, a lot of corruption that goes around with recruitment and bringing in, and lack of enforcement with recruitment agencies and employers. So it really is a multi-pronged issue. And I would just say, it's very, very difficult to address.
Okay. I'm taking another question from the audience. The question is, okay, talking about the human rights, it comes up with citizen right for public opinion. So what do you think the democratic government should be responsible to this kind of political movement and demonstration? I think this question is more for Mbak Yeni.
I'm sorry, I lost you just then, Pak Iwan.
Oh, okay.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So talking about human rights, it comes up with citizen rights for public opinion. What do you think the democratic government should respond to this kind of political movement and demonstration? I think we see like recently in Indonesia, there's a demonstration or mass against the new law of
right.
Yeah.
The freedom of expression, basically.
Yes.
Yes. Well, freedom of expression is guaranteed in our constitution, and so everyone can voice their opinions, and especially now in the social media realm, people there's no distinction anymore sometimes between freedom of expression and then hate speech. So I think this is where we need to draw the line. If it is just to air if it's just airing your grievances, if you want to get your opinion across, then it is protected by the constitutions. Everyone has the right to do that. But then if you engage in a violent acts while you're doing your while you're expressing your opinions, then it falls into the realm of obstruction of justice, and the law apparatus, the security apparatus will deal with that. So there's that, of course, we need to see the kind of expressions that being expressed in public, whether it's peaceful, then it is guaranteed by the Constitution.
Okay, thank you, Lenny.
If I could add to that, I think,
sure.
Especially from the Malaysia side, we look up to, many of us do look up to, Indonesia and Thailand, for example, because the culture of dissent is so strong. While definitely difficult to balance in terms of if it becomes, publicly disruptive, which, sometimes has its own merits, especially when dealing with really oppressive state structures. But I think, across many different communities, trying to inculcate the sense of dissent, where you're loosening up society almost, that you don't want everyone to conform, because that conformity in and of itself can be harmful when it's tied to harmful traditional values. So yeah, I would say that's a huge, difficult balance to achieve. And maybe sometimes we fall away from the bandwagon, but I would say that those values of dissent that's been spreading across Southeast Asia is very, very, very admirable.
Okay, thank you. The clock is showing it's 4:58 now, so we have like 2 minutes left. Perhaps I give each of the panelists a very short conclusion. So I start with Ms. Tia.
I would like to reiterate the importance of including everyone. And I think young people and women are two of the most, they are the change makers and the drivers of change. Especially in this current pandemic, this current world we live in. And young people, I would encourage you to step up, take the leadership, push back to any pushback towards you. You have our support in WHO, and we look forward to working together with you very closely and very strongly. Thank you.
Jason?
Yeah, I think I'll just reiterate that peace without equity is equally as harmful as violence itself. It's very easy to call for peace if the status quo favors unjustly a majority group or group in power. So I think any discussion we have about forwarding social cohesion must also come with a question about protections of minorities and groups disempowered, but also how do we ensure that moving forward, peace isn't utilized by groups in power as a tool for oppression.
Okay, thank you. Mbak Yeni?
Well, the many disruptions that we're facing as a global society, from technological disruptions to pandemic type disruptions, will have a big effect in our society, and we need to deal with it by creating a more resilience in our society. That also includes movements like the transnational movements that requires society's participation to create a more inclusive society. This is not just something that needs to be left to the government, but everyone needs to be involved. And I think the millennial generations, the youth, like Ibu Dia said, has a big way of pushing better changes for our future.
Okay, I think we at the end of the timing. So thank you everyone, the panelists, the audience, and the organizer, Pak Anthony and Tian, and everyone from the committee of UNSW ASEAN conference. After the short break, we will have Ms. Sinta Kamdani from the Sintesa Group. She's talking about the woman empowerment in ASEAN. So thank you, everyone. And please put your hand together for the panelists today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome everyone. My name is Chua Yi-jing and I'll be your MC for this afternoon. The UNSW ASEAN Conference 2020 is privileged to have Mrs. Shinta Kamdani, CEO of the Synthesia Group and Chairwoman of Indonesia Business Coalition on Women Empowerment to speak about women empowerment in ASEAN. In addition to her work at the Synthesia Group, Shinta has been a champion for social justice. She founded the Global Entrepreneurship Program in Indonesia in 2011 with the aim of promoting and supporting up-and-coming entrepreneurs in Indonesia by providing them with training, financing, and mentorship. Furthermore, she started the Angel Investment Network Indonesia, which invests in the next generation of entrepreneurs. As a prominent businesswoman, Shinta currently holds a number of important positions. She is the Vice Chairwoman of Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Employers Association of Indonesia, as well as the President of Indonesia Business Council for Sustainable Development. Additionally, Shinta is the member of APEC Business Advisory Council Indonesia and part of the International Board of the World Wildlife Fund for Nature. Without further ado, I'm now delighted to welcome Mrs. Shinta Kamdani to deliver a keynote speech about women empowerment in ASEAN. Mrs. Kamdani, please.
Thank you, and it is an honor for me to join this conference, and thank you also for inviting me to speak. I think I would like to share with all of you today about why empowering women is empowering the future. We are all familiar, I think, with the current challenges faced by women globally. As entrepreneurs, professionals, and leaders, I think ensuring that women have equal access to employment and advancements are very critical in generating positive results for business and community. We are seeing this is not only in terms of increased economic output, but also through unlocking access to a broader talent pool and enhanced innovation and productivity for business. Hence, conversely, the lack of progress on gender equality is proving to be economically costly. As the turn of a new decade and economic challenges, efforts to remove barriers for women and create an equal environment need to be redoubled. Hence, today we are going to discuss and explore more on current outlook on gender equality globally and action point on how we can foster this agenda both for men and women. I would like to share a little bit about Synthesia Group. We are seeing gender equality action as an important agenda for our sustainability. The full and equal participation of women in our corporation and further scaling it up to the larger community. Eventually, I think we want to establish inclusive and innovative workplaces where the most talented people can rise no matter who they are. So this is who we are. We are in 4 prime sectors, which is property, consumer product, industrial products, and energy, specifically on renewable. Synthesia see the strengthening of corporate diversity and inclusion as a vital foundation of our organization success. This is not, however, a step that must be carried only to improve the company's image, but also as a key to innovation and sustainability. Reflecting on these principles, Synthesia Group has a goal of building an ecosystem, both micro and macro, to promote women participation in the economy. At the internal level, Synthesia Group is one of the first companies in Indonesia to be certified by EDGE, the Economic Dividend for Gender Equality. We focus on providing greater space for women to grow and develop, starting from the recruitment, development, promotion, and empowerment. On the other hand, Synthesia also strives to provide a supportive environment for women to be able to carry out their roles both domestically and in work through flexible working arrangements and infrastructure. At the external level, Synthesia Group believes in the importance of providing opportunity for women to grow not only at the internal employee level, but can be as leaders and establishing synergy. The synergy referred to in this particular case is the multi-stakeholder synergy between the private sector, government, academia, and investors to realize this agenda. This was achieved through the formation of the Angel Investor Network and the Indonesia Business Coalition on Women Empowerment to empower entrepreneurs and business leaders in Indonesia to take an active role in increasing women participation in the economy. In addition, we are also active in advocacy support and best practices in international organizations such as the P4G and B20, as well as ABAC, to ensure the empowerment of national women can be broadly developed into the global realm. So I would like to just share a little bit how the COVID-19 have put pressure on the economic sector. And if we see the pandemic poses serious health and economic challenges for many countries. During the COVID, the national economic sector experienced two types of pressure in the form of market-based disruption and regulatory-based disruption. These two pressures will ultimately influence one another, so that will burden in economy, especially for women. First, in the demand shock and supply shock, there is a sudden change or loss of demand, which result in several sectors of the economy, especially in the secondary and tertiary sector, such as tourism, automotive, real estate, which suddenly lost its market. On the supply side, market pressure has also caused a sudden supply shock on scarcity of supply of goods and services due to sudden surging market demand. Temporary trade restriction and shortages of pharmaceutical, critical medical supplies, and other products highlighted the crisis. The most miserable effect of supply shock for industry is the increase in the price of raw materials and production support materials, particularly in the pharmaceutical sector, which has reached 300% of increase of the normal prices. The second pressure is policy pressure that also create regulatory-based disruption or disruption to the performance of the business sector that occurs due to government policy of a country. Disruption on the production process or disruption of productivity creation occurs mainly to the restriction on gathering and movement of people. And this is not only because of the lockdown, but also includes some of the working from home policy and enforcement of the health protocol throughout the new normal, limiting operating hours. We generally limit the flexibility and convenience of business actors and consumers to conduct economic transactions. On the other side, consumers will continue to want low prices, especially in a recession, and corporations won't be able to charge more because they manufacture in higher cost home market. In addition, the pressure to operate efficiently and use capital and manufacturing capacity will remain unrelenting. So around the world, I think we've seen that women are bearing the brunt of layoff due to the economic downturn. According to McKinsey calculation, women jobs are about 1.8 times more vulnerable to this crisis than the men's job. Globally, women make up 47% of global employment, but account for 54% of overall job losses. Moreover, the collapse of economic activity as a result of mobility restriction have made profound impact for women workers who are mainly employed in the services sector. I want to share a story in Indonesia, where as of May 2020, more than 6 million of total workers are losing their job. Most of them are from service and hospitality sector, which account for 45% of the total female labor force that unfortunately have been laid off in retail, transport, hotel, restaurants, and many other sectors. Women are also overrepresented in the informal sector, where they were more vulnerable due to less access to social protection and financial assistance. This could dampen the participation for women in the economy. As a result of limited opportunity for women, the informal economy has been the shelter for women, which employs 60% of women workers in Indonesia. The school, universities, offices, and childcare closure have certainly worsened also the condition of domestic responsibility, which is still the main portion of women and has a disproportionate impact on working mothers. Women done 3 times more domestic work than men. Moreover, the challenge loom large, with many employees are being pressured to available for work at all hours of the day. Taken together, these challenges paint a picture of a workforce that is dealing with unsustainable pressure and anxiety. About 63% of women are reporting having exhaustion due to increased domestic burden. This eventually could harm their productivity in work. IBCW research showed that 34% of women can only work productively for 4 to 6 hours due to pressure from dual responsibilities. Hence, the pressure of the pandemic are driving more workforce, especially women, to be considered to be laid off or downshifting. Now, here we see that even before COVID-19, we are in the critical crossroad for equality leadership. There are only 5 to 20% chances for women that can be promoted to the leadership position. With the COVID-19, the pressure of losing more women in every level of leadership will be more alarming. Because of the heavier demands that women, especially working women, working mothers, are shouldering at home, it is especially difficult for them to balance work and life. Hence, women are clearly concerned about how this bias would impact their career, especially if their performance could be negatively judged due to the caregiving responsibility. Not in the extent of entry-level management, the women in the senior or upper management are also facing more pressure. In particular, for women who are only women leaders or working with mostly men. Hence, senior level women have to provide additional evidence of their competence in order to remain or advance in their professions. The next slide, we can see that with heightened impact of COVID-19 that limit women opportunity in employment and leadership position, there is a real chance we could also see gender pay gap backsliding. Despite considerable progress over the last decade, global gender pay gap stuck at 17%. Globally, women earn on average $73 for every $100 as men earns. These gaps are pronounced even where women outpace men in education. In Indonesia, for example, women workers with tertiary education degrees earn substantially 30 to 40% less than their male counterparts. Even in the high-paying managerial and supervisory occupation, women take only a quarter less than men. Women-owned businesses are also most vulnerable to business closure as a result of economic and policy disparities. Globally, women-owned businesses were 5.9% more likely to have closed their business than male-owned enterprises. In South Asia countries, for example, majority of women business enterprises have to face business closure. Moreover, women entrepreneurs are disproportionately receive any form of financial assistance. Even with significant business closure in South Asia, there are large regional and gender disparities in the likelihood of a business to receive financial assistance. Taken together, this data indicate that women-owned businesses are impacted differently by lockdown policies and measures of support being put in place to help business weather this crisis. Empowering women is a smart economy. With greater gender equality, economic productivity, better future of generation can be achieved and can be fostered. Moreover, greater gender equality also enhance other development outcomes such as broader access to talent pool and enhanced innovation. Ultimately, advancing women's equality can add 12 trillion US dollar to global growth by 2025. Furthermore, companies with more in senior leadership roles are more profitable. According to the research from the Pipeline Women Count in 2020 show that London listed companies are 10 times more profitable when they have more women in the executive committee roles. Though we are all aware that the academic collapse of COVID-19 have pushed companies to limit their agenda in embracing diversity and gender equality policy due to company efficiency and cost-saving measures, companies need to also adapt to current changes of customer perception. Today, customers are giving more value for those companies who treated their customers and employees well, this including fair and equal treatment to all gender. Furthermore, taking progressive action in pushing toward gender equality would increase around 13 trillion US dollar of incremental GDP in 2030, an 11% increase relative to do nothing scenario. Hence, pushing toward gender equality could also help the world to chart better path for economic recovery. In navigating gender equality in the workplace, I believe that this is not a solo journey. In fact, it is about working collectively, building dialogue, and inspire action-oriented collaboration among all the industry. Therefore, when we established the Indonesian Business Council for Women Empowerment, or IBCW, together with the government partners, the government of Australia, also companies, academia, and civil society organizations have started discussion, building capacity, and joint action to provide an enabling platform to push gender equality in the workplace, transforming value and norms and pushing policy-making changes. In further doing our work, we focus on 4 things. So first, assessment of company business proactive towards gender equality and women empowerment in the workplace. Currently, we are fostering the implementation of GEARS, Gender Equality Assessment Result and Strategies, as an early step of gender equality diagnostic tool that helps organizations analyze the status of gender equality and helps develop strategy to address inequality. Second, we are also pushing toward the organization to acquire EDGE, Economic Dividend for Gender Equality certification, as the tangible result and commitment of gender equality effort in the organization. We are also conducting capacity building and networking for women talent to help them grow their careers and address their issues at the workplace. Also, profiling companies to understand their gender equality and women empowerment efforts and seek the possibility to share and replicate within our members and beyond. And finally, we help all our members with their networking and CSR on this issue, while at the same time advocating to general public, such as the He for She campaign together with the UNDP, and also we have done activities relating to CEO champions, CEO talks, and many more. Not only a corporation, the role of investors are also very crucial in pushing for gender equality and women empowerment. We are all aware that we need urgent support for women SMEs to survive and thrive in these pandemics. Indeed, investing in women-led enterprises are more significant, where companies that run by women could generate annual revenue 12% higher than those run by male. Not only that, only one study shows that 90% of women earning go back into their families, including their children's education, health, and nutrition. However, we have to unlock the power of capital, not only by simply counting the number of women-owned or women-led businesses that have reached for the sake of making impact, but also pushing to a bigger scale. This means by promoting and building better environment for business, to actively pushing forward women equal participation agenda in all stages of business operation, from employees to the whole value chain. This includes investing in women education, women business, invest in organizations that promote workplace equity, invest in business which offer products and services that substantially improve the life of women and girls, and also invest in businesses that include women in the value chain participation. So this is why I established Angin, the Angel Investment Network, in 2014. With 15 angels, we started the first ever Indonesia Women Fund that was specifically to help the women entrepreneurs scaling up their business by providing funding, network, mentoring, and ecosystem. We were successfully building the she-to-she ecosystem with more than 50 women angel and 50 gender-led investment early stage deal led in Indonesia. As Angin Focus grow, they aim to scaling up their impact to grow beyond an investment platform. As entrepreneurs themselves, they aim to design new impactful services to build more impact for the entire entrepreneurial ecosystem and development partners. This is why Angin Advisory also was built. Through these services, we help more development agency, for example, government, Chamber of Commerce, Foundation for Developing Research, Technical Assistance, and many others. In conclusion, with COVID-19 pandemic that has put more risks in backtracking our agenda, we need more tremendous effort to push gender equality in progress. Ultimately, gender equality is not the only thing that we have to do for altruistic pursuit, but it can also boost economic growth, improving well-being of all stakeholders, and creating compelling opportunities for investment. This is a way to build back our world better. It is critical that companies focus on closing gender disparities early in the pipeline amidst this COVID-19 crisis. Without establishing safe and equal environment for employees to work, corporations are more at risk in losing potential talent and business growth. The pandemic, school closure, and inflexible working arrangement have impacted more women employed to find their career more at risk. To mitigate this risk, corporations need to develop program and policy designed to reduce bias by building inclusive culture, implementing flexible working hours, strengthening management commitment, and building management transparency and reporting. Corporations will benefit, grow more in the future. Moreover, investors also play a critical part in pushing toward our agenda. We need to see investment as a regard for financial outcome, not as just financial outcome, but also to empower women to have an opportunity in driver's seats of growth and innovation. Not only in helping the women entrepreneurs to survive and grow during this crisis, but also to promote more companies to implement women empowerment principle in employment, innovation, and value chain, thus promoting gender diversity and equality in all their business process. Government, on the other hand, is also an engine to build inclusive environment in nation. Government need to work towards pathway that put more women-friendly legislative approach by strengthening legal policy framework for not only women as workforce, but also women as entrepreneurs, and enhance investor participation by providing more incentive for investors to apply gender lens investing framework. To this end, achieving gender is not merely individual action, but also stakeholders' collaboration. This required collective and synergized action across community. Therefore, in achieving one common vision, corporation, investors, and government to build synergy effort by building collaborative platform, mobilizing public-private finance for gender lens investing, and involving multi-stakeholder synergy in policy decision-making and implementation. So together, we can pave the better way for gender equality in inclusive growth in place. I want to close my presentation by the quote from late Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who stated, "Women belong in all places where decisions are being made. We all should encourage everyone, both men and women, to dare to make better recovery for the world. Women are continuously creating, designing, and innovating to make better life for our families and our communities. We are creating the better future. For when women empowered, the future is also empowered." Thank you.
Mrs. Kamdani, thank you very much for sharing with us your insights as a strong, powerful female figure all girls in ASEAN and globally can aspire to be. Your conclusion for the need of multi-sectoral partnerships to empower women and closing quote from the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg certainly resonates with all of us. Both men and women have an equal role to play to promote greater gender equity, and that empowering women is empowering the future. We hope that your words have inspired many in our audience today. Do stay tuned for next week where UNSW ASEAN Conference 2020 will bring to you the economics pillar. Thank you. We'll now move to the Clancy Auditorium in UNSW Sydney, where the UNSW Conference Committee will deliver the day's recap and provide a brief overview of next week's economic keynotes and sessions.
So I'll start off with giving a quick question to my friends. So what is the most important thing that you guys have learned today so far?
So one of my most key takeaways, I think, are probably from the most recent women empowerment session. And I was just thinking about how we can further economic growth if we are overlooking around 50% of the world's population. 50% of the world's population is women, yet we are still making less money than men in most sectors throughout the world. How can we continue to do this and still see a world where economic growth is continuously growing?
Interesting. Ricky, what do you think?
Well, so basically my takeaway would be about in the social entrepreneurship, where Mr. Tam Vu Fang, he said how he was supporting small businesses by giving a loan, but essentially it's more like a subsidy because the loan should not be paid back financially, but instead, once the business grows, you're supposed to be giving employment opportunity to people who are looking for jobs just to increase the economics of the country as well as the GDP. So it's really quite insightful for me.
Yeah. It's very insightful. And what do you think next, Tan?
For me, I took away most information from the human rights session because it made me realize that there is such a big difference in the fight for equality between the Western world and Southeast Asian countries. Because even in the Western world, some people say that equality is pretty much out there already, but in Southeast Asia, the fight is still going on. It's still, you can say that there's a lot of gender equality needed, there's a lot of race equality needed, a lot of, I'm so sorry about that. There's a lot of inequality going on in Southeast Asian countries. So for example, Yeni Wahid discussed about religious aspects. So in some extremist religious groups, there's a lot of intolerance for some certain community members, such as the LGBT group. And even though you can see that in most Western countries, that these communities are pretty much accepted in most of the countries, of course, not all, but in Southeast Asian countries, these are still kind of looked down upon.
Yes.
So it's kind of hard to actually see how the government as well as the community will come together to make these people feel accepted in certain communities where the hate is still very strong.
I think it's been a very full day of discussion. I think we've touched in social entrepreneurship, we've touched on women empowerment, diversity and equality. So I think that's basically the core of this conference, right? To be able for students to engage in this kind of discussion. So I was just wondering between you guys, right? So what do you think going forward, what do you hope can come out from the youth perspective? Or do you think we as a youth can do further within this particular topic that you guys talk about?
Yeah, definitely. Because like in the first keynote given by Honorable Kevin Rudd, he said how he's just basically projected and he knows that all the ASEAN countries are basically going to continue growing in the near future. So for youth like us, that because we'll be going into like businesses, in medicine, etc. I think with our contribution and with what he said, I think we could definitely make our countries better.
That's very optimistic. Dan, do you want to add in?
With the youth, it's very important to touch the topics on acceptance and education, because in certain communities, education is lacking a lot. And I think that speaks volumes about how a certain community becomes. And within the youth, I think educating them, telling them about acceptance, about how there are differences in cultures, there are differences in many groups of people. I think if we teach that to younger children, I think when they grow up, there'll be less hate, there'll be less disparities among communities.
So that's fantastic. We have youth education, we have youth participation. Kathleen, you want to add anything?
I have very high hopes for the youth of today and tomorrow. I think we're the first generation that's actually grown up with globalization and the internet. And it's really enabled us to explore what it's like from the perspectives of different cultures as well. And there's a chance that we, as this generation, gets to see that potentially previous generations did not have the opportunity to in the past. So I'm really keen to see what we have going forward.
Interesting. And I think for me, myself, what I really hope coming out from this whole conversation and the conference by itself is a greater participation from youth, not only in Australia, but of course across all our global partners, right? We have partners all the way from Why Nots in America, we have Samagi Samagom in the UK, we have ASIP from the Western Australia. So I think there's a much more cohesive, a much more sort of diverse point of view, and especially within this Australian, ASEAN, especially around ASEAN education space. So I think going forward, there's going to be a lot more youth power going around. I think we've been looking across the whole world. Youth or the younger generations are taking a step up. You know, they are not only talking about, hey, we're going to be generations leaders of tomorrow. We're actually leaders of today, and we're going to take actions today, right? So I'm just a little bit curious about your background a little bit and how you guys were involved in this whole ASEAN conference. So perhaps Kathleen, right? Also, can you just tell us a bit about what you've been doing at the conference and and what are your contributions to making this conference a success?
All right. Hi, I'm Kathleen, and I am the head of corporate sponsorships head of corporate relations for UNSW ASEAN Conference. And my team has been focusing on mainly getting partners and also like finding people who want to be part of the ASEAN Conference as a sponsor, as a community partner, and also who want to be mentors for a mentoring session that's happening on the 31st of October.
31st October.
Yes, please do register. We have plenty of really amazing mentors who would love to meet all of you. And yeah.
Okay, cool. What about you, Ricky?
So I'm from the HR department. I'm the head of human resources. So basically what my department has been doing is just, firstly, before the conference even began, it was like a crazy week where we're just trying to look for people from UNSW, to see if they're interested in just taking a big part in the conference
Didn't
of
get a
what's
conference
to
word.
become what's today. And the next thing is just basically sending out emails to different ASEAN society communities in Australia, like in different unis, just to make sure that, hey guys, you know, we're having this UNSW ASEAN conference, come and look, have an insight. So I think my team has done a really, really great job with that. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tate. So I was the track director for the Human Rights, Equality, and Equal Opportunities session that took place today. And what I mostly had to do was kind of recruit speakers from around the world that would kind of fit the description of the session that we held. And it was very interesting because I had to reach out to a lot of speakers and I had to research a lot. And it made me learn that there are a lot of people interested in the fight. And I kind of got involved in this ASEAN conference because it kind of made me realize that working alongside people my age who are as passionate as certain topics about ASEAN, who really want to join the fight, who really want to educate people around the world about these topics, about our own countries, our home. And I was really interested in that. And I really wanted people to know that there are certain problems still happening. And you can't just say, it's very easy to advertise our countries as beautiful and tourist areas, but really we want them to see that there are problems still occurring, because without problems, there is no fight. And we need people to know that we are willing to fight for the perfect change in our homes. So I really wanted to be a part of that. And it was really empowering as well, just working alongside people just as passionate about the topics as I was.
I think talking about youth involvement, I was also quite surprised within some of the sessions, right? I think within the human rights sessions, it was also mentioned about WHO. I think it was one of our speakers, Dania. She was mentioning something along the line of having a youth council who will actually get involved with WHO. So those kind of opportunities, I think, is pretty important to not only have another set of stakeholders, but I think it also reflects back on another session, I think, which was the digital learning session. They were talking about co-creations, you know. So co-creations, if just I would say a very definitive a very definitive explanation of co-creation would be you create with the users or the students in mind, right? So it's pretty interesting that our conference, a full student-led conference, are led by you guys, university students who are still figuring things out. So, Tin, I'm a little bit interested to know, so within the human rights session, right?
Yep.
What was the main, sort of like the main agenda that you guys try to push? And do you think we have achieved that today?
So one of the main topics, kind of the talking points that human rights really had, was that there's still a lot of inequality within Southeast Asian countries, no matter how much like people try to say that equality has been reached. And one of the quotes that stuck with me during the session was by Jason Wee. He said that peace without equity is just as harmful as violence. And that really kind of stuck with me because when people talk about equality, yes, it's important. But what's more important is equity, because peace, there may be peace, but if it's only for the upper status quo, then it's worthless. Because as a community, we have to make sure that the country is perfect, not only for people that can afford it, but for everyone, for people that deserve it as well. And for us, we have that platform. We can use that platform to raise our voices, to talk about issues. But for people who can't, we have to talk for them. And that's what the speakers today kind of did. They talked for the people whose voices couldn't be heard. And that was really empowering, and I really liked that. And they did talk about a lot of issues concerning racism and LGBTQ communities, because it's still prevalent, even though we ourselves are people of color. There's still a lot of colorism going on in Asia. There's a lot of racism. There's a lot of sexual harassment cases as well. And I feel like it's very important to address them because they are very often swept under the rug and people don't really acknowledge it. So they did talk about it, and it was very nice to see the discussions in the comments as well, of people talking about it, acknowledging it, asking questions, and it was really empowering.
I think the people engaging within the sessions through the questions was pretty interesting, right? I think one of the questions that caught me by surprise was, I'm not sure the name, but she was mentioning something along the line of diversity and race, right? It always goes around race, religion, culture. But what about diseases? Yes. And I was like, wow, this is interesting. Yeah. We never really thought about that. Yeah. And I think this also goes back to your session on social impact and entrepreneurship, right? Yeah. I think there was also a lot of comments on the live chat saying that they've learned something new. They learned words about digitalization, gentrification, stuff like that. So was there any particular session or particular knowledge that really caught you by surprise though within that?
Within that, what you were saying just now, just relating back to how they were just talking about race, religion, and then as well as diseases. And back to what you mentioned just now with WHO just reaching out to youth with, how would you say, just trying to make sure that all these diseases, etc., are minimized. Especially, I think what's the best thing is that once, because we're exposed to many knowledge, information, etc. So I just feel that in the near future, it will always, how would you say it? It will always be better, and it will always contribute back to like countries that require a lot of assistance in just improving the healthcare system, improving human life. So yeah, I think that's what's really.
I like that particular point at the last bit you said about health issues, right? Because I think while we not try to frame our discussion around COVID, around the pandemic, but I think those kind of discussions actually just trickles in. It affects our social cultural issues. It affects entrepreneurship. Yes. I think I've read through some comments talking about they're losing jobs. So how are they actually gonna go out there and make themselves an entrepreneur within a very volatile market, right? Yeah. So I know, Kathleen, you are studying economics. So do you have any particular thoughts around that?
Around how people can start up companies during these unprecedented times? Well, it definitely isn't easy right now, I'll have to say that. But I think it also, COVID has really poked holes into many business models, into many plans for the future. But it can also be a way of learning from a pandemic and trying to see where you can improve on based on all of the events that have gone past and from all of the issues that businesses have faced over the past few months. And
I think that's a very interesting thing, because more so on that, I think one of the things that they also talk about is educating ourselves, right? This is a very good phase to educate around what the business model that works, business model that doesn't work. And also, I think there's also a rise. I think Miss Shinta also talks about Miss Shinta being an entrepreneur, a women entrepreneur. Do you want to add on anything on that?
I think it's amazing what she has done, like all of the work that she has done for women. And you can really see the passion in her voice when she talks about it. We have a long way to go in the fight for women's equality. And I think people like her are really the stepping stone towards where we wish we could be in the future. And I think with so many people supporting her and with all of the knowledge that is being passed from one person to another across the world right now, we are getting close. Well, we may not even be halfway there, but we are always one step closer to being able to have an equal society, maybe. Who knows? Maybe the next 100 years or so, 50 years?
Or probably 50 years, yeah.
Hopefully 50.
Thank you, you guys. I think that was a very, very quick rundown of what had happened. So for all of you at home, do join us again. We are still, next week is going to be economics pillar. So that's going to be a very interesting pillar, right? Because next week we're going to start off with having the Vice Foreign Minister of Indonesia joining us. And then we're going to finish off with a lot of high impact topic surrounding economics, surrounding informal economies. And we're going to finish this off by having the former group CEO and president of Pemodalan Nasional Berhad, which is one of the largest asset management firm in Malaysia. So we're going to have him talking about youth empowerment. So do catch us live online next week around the same time. Catch you guys later.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.